you were not born here. Don't ask me which was the first one, because I don't know. Anyway, the most important point is that TCPs have launched more than 80 collaborative initiatives, the tasks, what we usually in everyday speak call the tasks, and with 300 organizations in 55 countries, which goes well beyond the IEA membership, there is a reach on technology progress which has an immense value for the work of the Secretariat. Now, of course, as you know very well, the TCPs are on a certain topic, on a certain technology, so they are kind of in love with their technology and with their topic. We at the Secretariat, we have more. Do we have still the people online, or have we lost them? Or is just our screen? Just our screen, okay? In the waiting that we see people again. The point is, the more TCPs collaborate with each other, and the more you all collaborate with the Secretariat, the more we all learn, and we all fit and give the proper fit of the technology and the topic in the whole energy system. So this is why such a joint TCP meeting is super welcome from the Secretariat and from myself, and it really makes me great pleasure to see you some here in person. I know that some people are still waiting downstairs at the security line. Just 2 words on bioenergy and hydrogen. The workshop is interesting in many ways given the present context, in particular because sustainable fuels are gaining momentum within in the international fora like the G20 last year and COP30 this year. Secondly, because a lot of innovation is needed to diversify technologies, to widen available feedstock base in the case of bioenergy, to improve emission performance and reduce costs for existing, improved, and future technologies that we will need all of them to get to net zero. And last but certainly not least, because it brings together 2 important, historically old TCPs together here, and this is super welcome from my perspective. I'm sorry that I cannot stay with you all the time, but I will get back in the afternoon. And with that, I welcome you again, and I give the floor immediately to Paul Lucchese, who is the Hydrogen TCP chair. Thank you so much again for coming here.
Thank you very much, Paolo, and thank you to welcome us at the IEA headquarters. It's always a pleasure for me to come here. So I will present the hydrogen TCP and also why, from my point of view, it's important to have a collaboration with biomass, as it's described in the title. So first, just a slide to mention that hydrogen could play a very important role to the net zero target. Of course, there is a lot of evaluation estimation, but you can see on this estimation from net zero scenario from IEA, it could represent between 15–20% of the emission reduction, which is very huge. And of course, hydrogen has a specific role because it's addressing a lot of sectors. Of course, industry, transportation, not directly used or indirectly used through, for example, e-fuel and biofuel, and also to road building and also electricity generation. So this slide is just to mention that hydrogen will play a big role. And I think from my point of view, if we rely on production of hydrogen from electrolysis, it will require a lot of electricity. And the figures are very huge. And I think it's a main challenge because maybe there will be a competition between electricity in the future, taken into account the order of magnitude of this electricity generation. Okay, but it was just an introduction slide. Coming back to the TCP, very quickly, you can see we are 34 members from different countries. We have 7 sponsors, 51 tasks from the beginning in 77. But before we started as a working party, before being a CCP, it was very nice to be a working party only on hydrogen. And more than 500 experts involved. My vice chair is Marcel Vida, and also I can't say Eric Miller from DOE because now he was not involved in DOE, as you can imagine. Our current portfolio are very diverse. Of course, we are dealing with all the topics related to hydrogen, so hydrogen production, hydrogen transportation, storage, hydrogen use, and cross-cutting issue. I don't want to describe in detail all the tasks, but we have a lot of tasks on innovation, on the low TRL technologies, like new material for storage, hydrogen from, for example, we have a very interesting task on natural hydrogen, quite new task. We just finished a task on underground hydrogen storage with a salt cavern. So it's very diverse, and it's addressing both technical and scientific aspect as well as economic or environmental consideration. And of course, we are addressing also the use of hydrogen. For example, we are focusing a lot on the use of hydrogen for industry. Just one remark, we started 2 years ago a very important task, a new type of task for us on certification of hydrogen and derivative. And it is a task very visible from the G20 and the COP because the recommendation at the highest level was to put in place an international framework to recognize or to understand the different certification scheme to launch international trade of hydrogen and derivative. So this task is very important. It's, we are supporting the IPHE organization, and I think it's the most visible task from the outside. So, of course, we are not working alone. And of course, we try to establish the most relevant collaboration with the other TCP. You can see that we have many collaboration, and including, of course, IEA Bioenergy, but also with external organization. IPHE, for example, mission innovation for us is very important because mission innovation is addressing more research and development, and we need to have a collaboration to avoid too much overlapping. And also RD20. RD20 is an organization of the 20 most important research organization of the G20. So collaboration are very important. Besides the portfolio, the task portfolio, we have also some strategic, what we call strategic activities. Of course, we are participating like other TCP to the TRL assessment, and it's a very good relationship with the IEA team here in Paris. We are delivering with the Clean Energy Ministerial the Hydrogen TCP Award of Excellence. It was a very nice ceremony last year in Brazil. And I will detail more. We are leading this hydrogen coordination group. The idea is to develop more synergies between the TCP on hydrogen. So the hydrogen coordination group, the idea is to map and align all the hydrogen activities, of course, to identify potential overlap, but mainly to develop new synergies between the different TCP related to hydrogen. So we started last year with a first phase, and we analyze the different activities present in the TCP. And this year, we have a very ambitious program. So we have 3 deliverables. The first deliverable will be to deliver a global report on what we are doing, all TCP together, on hydrogen. And it will be the first time that we will have a global view on the hydrogen activity in the TCP network. The second deliverable will be a document on synergies and gap analysis and to identify, for example, do we have any gap not covered by TCP? And for that, we organized doing this year some workshop, including this one, to identify the collaboration opportunities. And last but not least, the last deliverable will be an expert database to have a database of experts linked to the global report, able to cover all the expertise we need. For example, the global report structure we want to deliver at the end of the year will be not organized by TCP, of course. The idea is not organized TCP by TCP, but to organize by sectors. You can see the first idea we have for the chapter, for the global structure of the report, the main section, so industry, mobility, energy system, cross-cutting issue, the result of the gap analysis, and some recommendation for new synergies, new collaboration. And in the annex, we will put detailed description TCP by TCP. We identify some topic, very interesting topic, yet to work on. And there is some, of course, biofuel is one topic, and also some cross-cutting topic. It's, for example, life cycle and assessment is very important topic. It's present in different TCP. I think, for example, the exchange on methodology could be very interesting, for example, with a workshop. I mentioned we want to organize 3 workshops. The first one was organized here at the IEA headquarters in February. The topic was on the direct use of sunlight to produce hydrogen on carbon-based molecule. You know, it's the process like photoelectrochemical, photobiological, etc. It was a very successful topic. It was organized by a European project, but also with a mission innovation. And we have on board, and in this topic, I don't remember, but 2 or 3 TCP. I don't remember the number. 3 TCP participating in addition to us. The second one is this one today, and the third one will be with the greenhouse gas TCP on H2 and CCUS. I hope it will be possible. It will be organized in August in US. So it's it will be depend of the position of the UE, but we are supposed to organize this workshop in US. And we notify 2 other topics, probably maybe not this year, but next year. For example, for future workshop on e-fuel, on life cycle assessment methodology. Now, maybe I can give the floor to the task manager or to Alberto for 2 slides on the specific task 45. You didn't see the task, but the slide, but it's you know very well the slide. So Alberto, and I will come back after.
Okay, good morning again, and my name is Alberto Giaconi. I am the task manager of Task 45. Is about renewable hydrogen production. So thank you, Paul, for introducing the general framework. And this is a task under the hydrogen TCP, and the general aim when we started in defining this new task was to assess the different pathways for hydrogen production from renewable sources. And so we call it green hydrogen. As you can see, there are several different technology options. As you can see here in this slide, where we can go from water splitting to biomass conversion to hydrogen. And the general idea here is to have an assessment and a clear picture of the current state of the art. You can have to consider that this task was started 2 years ago, and this is mainly considering what we call biomass-derived hydrogen, biohydrogen produced from thermal biomass treatment like gasification or reforming of biogas, as well as biotechnologies, so low temperature like dark fermentation. These processes, these technologies have different TRL, so we had the possibility to engage a number of experts from different countries in the world. We have about I don't remember, maybe maybe 50 different participants from about 20, 25 different countries. So this is a global task, and in the left hand side of this slide, you can see what the hydrogen produced from water splitting. The idea is not to compare processes and technologies, but to provide input to the IEA and to the general stakeholder groups, just to understand what are the research needs to take some technologies from the current state to the, let's say, maturity, and research needs TRL, and we are not working alone. We are divided into, maybe in the next slide you have the structure of the task. Yeah, okay, of course we are considering the different type. Yeah, this is the structure of the task 45. This is basically divided into 5 subtasks, and subtask 1 is more focused on electrolysis, both water and steam electrolysis. Subtask 2 is in solar photochemical or photoelectrochemical water splitting. Subtask 3 is on the thermochemical water splitting, meaning thermochemical cycles. And subtask 4 is in the thermochemical conversion of carbon feedstocks. And here I have the pleasure to introduce the lead, Professor Alberto Abadanes, that is chairing also in the organizing this workshop. And the subtask 5 is on a biological process. So as you can see here, okay, we have a scientific and technical nature and objective of the task, but behind that, the task is also a mean to facilitate the collaboration with the other TCPs, specifically with the advanced fuel cell, solar bases, and of course here we are is in the hydrogen and the bioenergy TCP. And so I hope that this workshop will help us to reinforce and to strengthen the collaboration with the other TCPs, and to openly discuss the synergies between the hydrogen and the bioenergy works. And so I give back the floor to you, Paul.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you very much. My last slide was finally maybe a transition to your talk. Okay, we have the biofuel. In the first column, biofuel, you use a biomass, you need energy, and you produce fuel and CO2. And the issue is that you don't use all the carbon present in the biomass, in the final molecule. You are losing a lot of carbon due to the lack of hydrogen, and also to the fact that you need energy and you need to have biomass combustion. At the opposite, you have the e-fuel using CO2, biogenic CO2, and hydrogen from water electrolysis. Okay, you can produce a fuel, and it's a fuel, methanol, kerosene, what you want, but you need a lot of energy. And the idea, it's an idea we have also we try to develop in France, is to what we call, maybe it's not a name recognized at the international level, but what I call e-biofuel. The idea is to use biomass plus hydrogen. And in this case, you optimize the biomass quantity and the energy you need. In the table at the bottom, you can see that, for example, to produce 1 million tons of low carbon fuel per year, you need, if you are going to the biofuel process, you need, for example, 5.6 million tons of biomass. If you want to produce the same quantity through e-fuel, you need a lot of electricity to produce hydrogen, 30 terawatt-hour, and you need, of course, a lot of CO2. And now, if you combine both, you can produce twice for the same quantity of biomass, or maybe half of the quantity to produce the same quantity of biofuel. You need less electricity, and you don't need CO2. So I think it's an illustration of what we call the alliance between hydrogen and biomass. It could lead to optimize the quantity of biomass, which by definition is very limited, and the quantity of electricity you need. So it's a figure we have in French to prepare a new program on this topic, because all the technologies are not mature, and we need more research on this type of process. And I think e-biofuel is a perfect example of what we can imagine as a collaboration between hydrogen and biomass. So thank you very much. I think I give the floor to you.
Thank you. So I'm Mark Brown. I'm the chair of IEA Bioenergy, TCP, and I've got some slides to give a brief introduction to our TCP. There we go. I'll be brief, much like the earlier presentations, just a high-level overview. So we're looking at the concept of sustainable bioenergy across a number of pathways from sustainable resource to energy. We look at technology development, demonstrations, best cases in markets and policy, particularly providing quality technical information or making that available to policymakers in accessible formats. We look and work quite closely with solutions in the market, and as well as deployment of emerging solutions as they present through our different tasks. And we look for climate positive, environmentally sound, and socially acceptable. And obviously, in any case, looking for those that are the most economically viable from a short and long-term perspective. We have 23 countries plus the European Commission in our TCP, and again, very strong representation here in Europe, along with Brazil, Canada, US, China, India, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. We bring together nominally about 200 experts across our 11 tasks, and have a budget each year in the vicinity of $2 million towards the different research activities through our participation fees and memberships across those 11 tasks. You can see there the distribution that I've just read out, the list of participating countries. The way we present our program is through these 11 tasks, which are represented by the blue boxes in this diagram. And we see those sitting within the environment of energy, of starting with a sustainable resource, looking at quite specific conversion technologies, and then we expand out further into higher level, broader concepts of market deployment and system perspective and system integration. So some of the tasks are quite specific, such as task 43, looking at biomass supply. Others are much more cross-cutting, where we look at waste and circular economy in task 36, climate sustainability and certification in task 45, and deployment and integration looking at task 40. Then we get into our very specific tasks, looking at gasification, liquefaction, transport fuels, and so forth across the other tasks. You can see here that we have a focus and a priority on collaboration with a number of other organizations represented here in different collaborations and co-hosted workshops and so forth across the program. And then again, we also value collaboration within the TCP across the tasks, with the 4 intertasks or strategic collaborations represented by the orange ovals in this diagram. So bioenergy with carbon capture and use, synergies with hydrogen, which is obviously the focus of today, broadening access to sustainable feedstocks by integrating with a various set of residue and waste streams, and then an area that is emerging as a fairly key piece of work within our TC is the socioeconomic impacts and the social implications of different energy solutions. We see, and I haven't put up the net zero 2050 framework as my colleague had presented it earlier, but bioenergy equally has a strong role to play in that, with nearly a doubling of the presence of bioenergy in the energy profile. And probably more importantly from our TCP's perspective is the conversion of traditional bioenergy to modern bioenergy, which represents nearly a tripling of the modern bioenergy production. So we see that as our continued role is that it is an essential element of that energy transition, and it plays an important role in energy security and meeting the climate goals. We see bioenergy as a facilitator and a contributor to circular bio-based economy, not competing with other uses of biomass. So we look within our program to be that synergistic solution as opposed to competing, and basically ensuring that biomass reaches its highest use is the goal for us, and energy being a key part of that throughout a reuse, repurpose, and recycling type of approach. We look to improve and accelerate sustainable production of biomass and contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals, both through the production and supply chains, but also through the energy production side. And we see this as producing a more cost-competitive bioenergy and bio-based solutions, and heading towards net negative or net zero emissions, where bioenergy can contribute. So today's workshop, we're looking at sustainable fuels, such as biofuel and hydrogen, and play an important role in the clean energy transition. Looking at where they complement direct electrification, energy efficiency measures, and reduced emissions to secure particularly those areas that are harder or more difficult to abate. Looking at the opportunity for energy diversification, security and stability, and then the economic or the socioeconomic development opportunities as they relate to the development of these solutions. So through the workshop today, we want to collaborate across all the experts and interested parties here. And what are the opportunities and challenges for potential roles of bioenergy or biohydrogen on the way to net zero? How can hydrogen be integrated into biomass processes? And there was, the task presented a really good diagram of some of those pathways, and exploring that in terms of the early opportunities, and then the ones that potentially will take a bit more time to realize to their fullness. And then obviously leaving the workshop here today with some very clear next steps to progress those agendas. So there, I pass it on to the next step.
All right, thank you very much for these introductions on the TCP side. I think we have almost 15 minutes left for the opening session, and I promise to give a little bit of a scene setting to the topic also from the IEA perspective. Also welcome on my behalf here. My name is Ilkka Hannula. I'm a senior energy analyst here in the Renewable Energy Division. I lead the IEA's program of work on renewable energy technologies. I'm interested in topics like system integration, industrial decarbonization, opportunities for renewables there, but bulk of my work is really on fuels. And lately, there's been a lot of opportunities for the IEA to work on this on a very high political level. It started with G20 Indonesia, where they wanted to have a workshop on biofuels. Then it was followed by the Indian presidency of G20, which led into the establishment of the Global Biofuels Alliance, GBA. Then Brazil last year during their presidency put sustainable fuels as one of the 3 main priorities in their energy track. And this has allowed the IEA to support the G20 presidencies now for a couple of years in a row on this topic of sustainable fuels. And it's something that is continuing now with the Brazilian COP30 presidency, and maybe we can have some discussion on that. But the way we see the topic here, that it makes sense to discuss sometimes the fuels as a whole, like all forms of sustainable fuels, rather than specific types of fuels. And I'll try to get into that in my short intro here. So let's see. Of course, this is a audience. I don't need to maybe motivate too much on the need for sustainable fuels. I think these people, you are fairly convinced already, but this is a discussion that needs to be had in many circles and in many settings. People are, and for a very good reason, very motivated and focused on ramping up renewable power, electrification of end uses. And these are the two main pillars of a clean energy transition, sure. But then there is a case to be made for molecules as well, and we just cannot do this just by electrons. Here we kind of developed this figure just to show the role of all sustainable fuels together, because when you consider them separately, you kind of lose the big picture sometimes. So sustainable fuels, which now considers liquid biofuels, gaseous biofuels, hydrogen and hydrogen-based fuels, scale up in our net zero emissions by 2050 scenario very rapidly, very strongly, providing a quarter of total final energy consumption in 2050. So that's 80 exajoules of fuels. And to put that into context, it's nearly equal to global electricity demand today. So we're talking about a very substantial thing and contribution that needs to come from fuels. However, despite their importance, none of these main options are on track at the moment for net zero. So here you see the main candidates as their level of use in 2023, then where we think in our main forecast that they will reach by the end of this decade, and then the third one is where they would need to be on track with our net zero scenario towards 2050, so a 2030 milestone for fuels, let's say, to be on track. As we can see, liquid biofuels would need to accelerate and increase more than would need to increase 2.4 times still by end of decade from current levels to be on track. Biogas is 3.5 times, and both renewable hydrogen and e-fuels more than 100-fold to be on track. Of course, for hydrogen and e-fuels, the big multiplier here is partly because of the very small levels we're starting. So even one large-scale global plant could even multiply the current levels many times over. But still, kind of the conclusion here is that we are quite widely off track, and we really need to accelerate all forms of sustainable fuels. And for that, we need effective policies that can close the cost gap. They are more expensive fuels. Almost all fuels today in the market are there because of some supportive policies. There are very few cases where they are in the market purely on cost basis. We need innovation to expand the potential for producing more of these fuels, but also we need a more common understanding. What does it mean when we talk about sustainability? What is a sustainable fuel? It's not actually a very easy thing to define, and more importantly, there is no consensus. We use words like green, blue, or advanced, but there's a lot of problems with these labels because they are there is no consensus on what advanced means, and critically, they don't carry any quantitative information. They have purely qualitative metrics. So this is some work we did last year on this topic. Then it's, of course, a very complex field. We have potentially hundreds of pathways available for producing fuels and for sustainable fuels. Compared to that to renewable power, where we have basically two main candidates, solar PV and wind, producing a highly uniform product of electrons. It's a much more complex field, of course. You can produce low emission fuels even from fossil feedstocks with CCUS. A same product can be produced through electrolysis, which is completely different type of technology, has very different type of thinking, what makes it low emission than the other one. There's the added complexity, of course, of post-processing hydrogen to hydrogen-based fuels, adding some further feedstocks into the mix. And then we have, of course, the biofuel pathways, just highlighting here a few. It's not, of course, exhaustive by any means. But then we have some synergies between these. So I don't see them as fully separate as well. And I think this is this part of the discussion topic for today as well, where the synergies are. Of course, most obviously, it's using the biogenic CO2 feedstock for hydrogen-based fuels, but I think there can be deeper integration and deeper synergies as well, or additional at least. Something about the cost. I think we remain bullish on the potential for reducing costs, although the progress hasn't been as fast as it could have or should have in order to be on track with our scenario. There is a lot of potential globally to produce, for instance, renewable hydrogen at a fairly low cost. We see also a lot of electrolyzer project emerging, and if we add to that all the hydrogen projects in the pipeline, this would lead into a scale up in manufacturing capabilities to the level that we think that could lead to a significant cost reductions, and production cost at best sites globally could fall below $2 per kilo in certain locations. However, having having a hydrogen around $2 per kilo does not necessarily mean that you will have already you would have an cheap or affordable hydrogen-based fuels. This is from our e-fuels report, a roadmap for achieving cost target for e-kerosene of $50 per gigajoule. That is kind of a number that we are looking at that should be matched for hydrogen-based fuels as a kind of a short-term target. There are a number of ways of doing it. There's a lot of understanding of the process that goes into optimizing the relative shares of wind and solar in the electricity supply, kind of tailored for the locational attributes, the right amount of oversizing them relative to the electrolyzer capacity to get the capacity factors up, and then coupled with anticipated reductions in the cost of electrolyzers and some further reduction in the cost of renewable power, I think it would be possible to match this $50 per gigajoule limit, which would make e-kerosene to roughly within the range of existing HVO or HEPA-based SAF technologies. Then, of course, another topic for discussion is the role of the CO2 feedstock and the cost of the CO2 feedstock. There's a lot of discussion on this, whether it's cheaper to produce e-methanol or e-ammonia, and depending on how you think it. Here we wanted to separate the cost elements so that you could see the impact of the CO2 feedstock capture cost. When you can have a very high concentration source for CO2, e-methanol is very close, only around 25% more expensive to produce than e-ammonia. But then if you need to go to a more dilute sources or even to direct air capture, then the picture changes quite dramatically between these two fuel options. Also, it's about the availability of these very high concentration CO2 sources. Here we're looking at the possibility, like a global availability of CO2 from bioethanol production and biogas upgrading to biomethane globally by 2030, and how much CO2 we would need to required for 10% of e-kerosene in aviation. So that 10% goal would already take the kind of the high concentration sources coming from bioethanol and from biogas. Of course, when they also expand more, also more CO2 feedstock would become available. And then there's a big bulk of biogenic CO2 coming from pulp making, but then on a higher cost, it's already a more of a flue gas capture type of process. So this is, I think, a major big thing to consider on the availability of hydrogen-based fuels, and maybe something we will hear more about today. There is, of course, a need for electricity, but in our view, the CO2 is a bigger bottleneck, and also the manufacturing capacity for the electrolyzers than the access to the low emission electricity itself. Here I'm showing how much electricity would be needed for achieving 10% blending of e-fuels in aviation and 10% of e-fuels in the marine sector, compared to the growth of this decade, or in 8 years of low emission electricity in our baseline scenario. In a net zero scenario, this is even more. So we don't see this as a big of a bottleneck globally. It can be a very big bottleneck locally, but when looking at global additions of low emission power, we see that the CO2 story is more restrictive. And then finally, we have been thinking of how do we we should have, coming back to the sustainability question, what makes a fuel sustainable? We have proposed in our G20 report last year to establish this type of technology open sustainability label for fuels, where we just measure fuels based on their life cycle greenhouse gas intensity in terms of grams of CO2 per megajoule. We are not interested if the fuel is green, whether it's blue or orange. We're interested in how many grams of CO2 per megajoule it has, and then who can provide that at the lowest cost. And we need to start thinking this on a more technology open way, recognizing at the same time that most of these pathways have the potential to reduce emissions over time. So here the arrows start from the white circle is a kind of a typical emission profile for that pathway. But when you start applying some emission reduction practices, both on the upstream and also in the conversion technology, eventually there is possibility to drive down emissions from most of the pathways. We just need policies in place that acknowledge improvements and then can reward, because establishing these improvements usually leads to increasing costs, and policies would need to be able to recognize that you have improved your greenhouse gas intensity and reward you for that. So over time, we can have a lot of fuels, a lot of pathways that kind of compatible with a net zero energy system. All right, I'll stop here. I just wanted to write some closing thoughts, what my expectations for the discussion today. Like my manager Paolo said, the more technically oriented discussion on possible new pathways is very welcome. We're happy to hear and happy to host these type of discussions, of course, and are really keen to learn more. Can I go back to, I don't think I clicked yet. Well, let me try to remember. I would like to hear more also on the costs aspect of these fuels. What do you think are the cost levels that would actually need to be can be achieved? What are the things that really are needed to commercialize these fuels? We know that lignocellulosic fuels have been struggling to commercialize. At the same time, hydrogen is not on track with the net zero commitment. Does bundling them together actually make things better? That's something I would like to hear. Kajon, can we go back to my summary slide? Because this is not it. Thank you. And finally, what's the overall role of these type of systems we're discussing today? Are they kind of a nice to discuss, good to have, or are they an essential thing that we absolutely need to accelerate our clean energy transitions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
To you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for this nice introduction. I think we have no time for question now, so we will go to the first session. But I will add to what you say. You said that we have different pathway. Maybe in some case it could be in opposition, because do we need to use biomass to produce hydrogen, or do you need to use the best? Do you have to consider the best use of biomass we have? It's a different point of view. Okay, so maybe we'll see in the different session what is could be the best, and I will add in the pathway the pathway I introduce to introduce additional hydrogen to the biofuel production. But it's not a pathway you mentioned, but I think we can consider in the future this pathway. Okay, so I will give the floor to the moderator for the session. So I think it's Alberto and Joachim. So the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So we continue with the session for as entitled Potential Roles of Biohydrogen on the Way to Decarbonization, Opportunities and Challenges. We have some speakers here today that maybe can give some new lights of the slides that has shown previously, especially for discussion of technical issues, and open some paths that maybe could be considered for the case of biofuels. I'm Alberto Vanades. I'm a professor at the Technical University of Madrid and director of the Energy Engineering Department in that university, and also chairman of the task 45.4, the subtask 4, that's as is mentioned by Alberto Giaconia previously, related to produce of hydrogen from carbon feedstocks. So that's another question. You have carbon that came from a source that is biologic source, like is the case of biomass or any way of biomass, and how to use this to produce hydrogen and also carbon feedstocks that maybe are also used for the clean fuels. So we in any case, I think this session will be of your interest. So we will start with the presentation by Professor Joachim Lundgren. He's going to introduce two topics or two presentations. He will to present two presentations because unfortunately there was one of the members that was not able to come today for medical reasons. So it's taking the lead in this case. And Professor Lundgren, I'm going to go to the notes to introduce Professor Lundgren correctly. So he's a professor in the energy engineering at the Division of Energy Science at the Lulea University of Technology. He's a senior research scholar of the Agriculture, Forestry and Ecosystem Service Research Group in the Institute of Applied System Analysis in Austria. He's also a deputy director of the Center for Hydrogen Energy System in Sweden. And he's focusing on fossil-free hydrogen production and use in industrial processes and energy system. So he's also a co-tax leader of Bioenergy TSP. So it's my counterpart here, and he will introduce the topic first. Sorry, about the status quo and promising concept of bioenergy and hydrogen. And I don't know if you need some stop there, but if not, we can go to the next one. That it's also represented by him. I don't know what's well. He will continue with the next presentation after that. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Alberto, for the introduction. And my name is Joachim Lundgren, as you said. I'm the co-task leader of task 33 on gasification, basically. And my next talk will be on biomass-based gasification to hydrogen. And today I will also produce in general how to produce or options to produce hydrogen from biomass on behalf of Christiane that unfortunately couldn't make it today. But I will do my best to fill in for her. But I wanna start with talking briefly about the importance of biomass and bioenergy, and already today it's the most important renewable energy supplier for the European energy mix, and it's a fantastic resource that is very versatile. It can play many roles in different sectors, for energy purposes, but also as a carbon source. There is a very recent paper that you might have seen. It's from my Swedish colleagues in Gothenburg at Chalmers that has recently published a work where they have investigated the overall system cost to reach a net zero European energy system, and they come up with that this system would be so much more expensive without biomass than with biomass. If you haven't read it, I strongly recommend to do that. They also conclude that it doesn't really matter where the biomass is used, as long as it's combined with some kind of capture storage to enable negative emissions of carbon. Then go into the producing hydrogen via biomass, and this is like I used to say, it's not the silver bullet technology at all, but it's a very interesting and complementary technology to electrolysis and power-based hydrogen. This is not for all countries in the world. Of course, you need to have abundant biomass resources that doesn't compete with food, for example, so that you have residues of different types available. But if you have that and a hydrogen demand, of course, this can provide a non-weather dependent and, of course, fossil-free production in very wide capacity ranges, so reaching from small-scale production to large-scale production of hydrogen. And Paul mentioned that there will be a very, very large demand for electricity to produce hydrogen in the world today. And that could be problematic in some countries. This could be a way to actually mitigate the renewable power demand a little bit. We should also remember that biomass can be used to produce renewable power. So the versatility is important here. In different settings, production technologies can provide very interesting process integration opportunities with existing industry and other type of industrial infrastructures, which is of course very beneficial for an efficient system. But perhaps the most important feature, I think, is that it can provide negative carbon emissions with CCS, or if you can produce a co-product in form of solid carbon that we will hear about later today. I think also Paul showed the skyrocketing demand for hydrogen in the world today. And I see many different types of estimates where they also translate directly the hydrogen demand to how much power that you need to produce this hydrogen, completely ignoring the fact that there is also other production technologies, for example, using biomass. And I dare to say that it's a little bit overlooked, this opportunity. And we have a wide range of different types of biomasses that are available, that could be converted to hydrogen through a large number of different pathways. Ilka, you mentioned that it's like 100 different pathways to produce stuff. Maybe not 100 here, but it's several with different maturities and of course different characteristics, both thermochemical and biological versions. But it's also here in the technology, it's great versatilities. Within IEA Bioenergy, we work quite intensely with biomass-based hydrogen, and we try to provide insights on the opportunities and roles of biomass-based hydrogen, but also how it can interplay with electrolytic hydrogen and use the hydrogen in different types of biomass processes. Try to monitor the state-of-the-art technologies and the pathways, how the market develops, and of course also very importantly, the environmental performance of different pathways. And we will hear a lot about this now before lunch, but also after lunch from different speakers. So simply what we're trying to do is to put this on the table to raise awareness of the synergies between renewable hydrogen and biomass-based value chains. So we have an intertask project where a lot of different tasks within IEA Bioenergy is involved to do this. It's managed by Task 44 and Christiane, and we have more than 10 of the tasks that are involved in this work. So during the last triennium, we worked a lot on this, and there are 3 upcoming IEA Bioenergy reports on this. One is on production of hydrogen from biomass, which is one to the left, where we present different case studies and different technologies for that. We also have one report where we utilize renewable hydrogen in different biomass processes, and we also have one that is more focused on climate effects and LCA, which we will present cases and ingredients from all these 3 reports today. In the case studies, we have to a fairly large extent and also as far as possible try to make assessment with key performance indicators that have been defined by the European Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. And I like these because they have the state-of-the-art KPIs, but they also defines targets for the future. I like that, but there are also some I would say issues with these KPIs. They are very, very important, but it doesn't really always reflect the performance of biomass-based production pathways. Some of important characteristics is actually not measured or taken into account. And perhaps within this collaboration between IEA Hydrogen and Bioenergy, maybe we can work on some kind of updated versions where we also take other things into account, which is very important. I think this is more or less the same hydrogen cost map that Ilka showed. We did cost estimates also for the cases in this study, and I will not go into detail and comment it too much. But what we can see is that it more or less all cases have different technological maturity levels, but it looks promising and competitive against electrolytic hydrogen in many parts of the world, especially where you have biomass available. When you compare it to reforming of natural gas, it's very difficult to compete. This varies a little bit depending on how the fossil fuel prices fluctuate, but in general we can say that it's very difficult. Personally, I'm not very super fond of making this comparison. I used to show this picture. I don't know if you recognize this man. He actually played here in Paris. It's Zlatan Ibrahimovic, probably the best football player that Sweden has produced. I put a fossil label on him. Sorry for that. I don't mean that implying that he's a fossil. He's actually younger than me. But here he can represent the fossil-based hydrogen, while this young man is Zlatan, 8 years old, can represent green hydrogen. And of course, Zlatan, 8 years old, would have never made it in the starting 11 of Paris Saint-Germain. And he would have, of course, it has taken a lot of efforts and practice and support from coaches and parents to become what he became as a very, very good football player. And I think it's exactly the same with green hydrogen, and also for that matter, other green technologies. They are immature. They must be supported before they can compete with fossil alternatives. So it's very unfair, I would say, to compare these two technologies or persons. So just to sum up, we can conclude that there are many different pathways to produce hydrogen from biogenic feedstocks, and the capacity ranges is very wide. There is a lot of low-grade feedstock that is currently underutilized, wastewater, different types of residues from forest and agriculture. We should not forget that these types of pathways can also produce other things than hydrogen as a bonus. It could be biochar or biocarbon or biomethane. And like I said, that unfortunately, at least the KPIs from Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking misses this a little bit, because it's also very important to take into account. I think one of the most important characteristics, which I will come back to in my later speech, is that it can actually produce quite significant negative CO2 emissions. Economically, like I said, very difficult to compete with fossil, but we see in the future that it's in the same cost level or actually lower than renewable power-based hydrogen in many regions of the world. So it's not a silver bullet, but it's a complementary technology to renewable power-based hydrogen, and from my perspective, it definitely deserves more attention. So I will stop there. And I don't know if I should continue.
And unless there is any question from the audience in this part. So I think it was a good introduction to the value of bio-based hydrogen into the system. And Ibrahimovic was really a good player. Let's see if Lamil Jamal is the green hydrogen in the future, I don't know, or blue hydrogen. That depends how it will be. So now I think, Joaquin, you can proceed with the next. There is no questions. Then you can proceed with the next presentation.
Yes, so now I will a little bit deeper into one of these technologies, which is biomass gasification. Like I said, this is something that I work with in IEA Bioenergy Task 33, and I'm also responsible for the subtask on hydrogen production. So I will absolutely not talk about the technology as such, just to highlight that it's also here very flexible in feedstock. Everything that you can burn, you can also gasify, and you can produce a large number of different important commodities, everything from heat and power to chemicals, fuels, but of course also hydrogen. And just for clarification, the yield of hydrogen, of course, depends on how the system and the pathway or the technology is designed. But a rule of thumb is that if you put in 1 ton of dry biomass, you can produce up to perhaps 100 kilograms of hydrogen. But also, very importantly, you produce a clean stream of carbon dioxide in the order of 15 to 20 kilogram of carbon dioxide per kilogram of hydrogen produced. So very simple mass balance here. I will present our assessment of the state of the art by TRL levels. And I know that in literature this varies a lot. Some put gasification as a fairly mature technology, some not. And this is our assessment, and we have chosen to divide this into different sub-processes. For example, the feeding of the fuel into the reactor is fully commercial. Everything from drying and feeding is something that you can buy today. The reactor and the conversion itself also depends a little bit about applications, but somewhere in there are commercial gasifiers in operation, but not perhaps for more advanced products like chemicals and fuels. So we would say that it's in the range of 7 to 8 on the TRL scale. When it comes to the downstream processing, the cleaning and the upgrading, this is also something that you can buy today on the shelf, but it's not proven in a commercial industrial scale using biomass. So therefore it's a -1 point here, so around 8. So in general, very, very mature, I would say. But when it comes to hydrogen production and the system integration, so putting all these units together has not been proven even in demonstration scale, which then of course reduces the TRL level quite significantly. So we estimate that the TRL level of the integrated system is around 5. We have some very nice examples for producing gasification-based hydrogen in lab scale. And in India, for example, they have demonstrated hydrogen production and reached very, very high quality and also operated a fuel cell system for more than 250 hours. Also in the UK, the company ABSL have upgraded the slipstream from their gasifier, also fed into a fuel cell. So it is proven, but in fairly low scale. So therefore, a fairly low TRL level as a weakest link, so to say. The question is whether you have to go for fuel cell quality of the hydrogen. I think it would be very, very beneficial if we can allow lower purity levels, and I think that's interesting depending on the application and in which sector that you use it. These are some examples of sectors and the demands for hydrogen. And the column to the right, you see where we have made assessment on where biomass-based hydrogen can fill a role. Very interesting to produce chemicals, of course, but not maybe straightforward. Maybe it's better to produce the chemicals directly and not go via the route of producing hydrogen. That might make more sense to make the methanol directly rather than produce hydrogen and then the methanol. But in some applications, it might be possible. Ammonia, of course, is very interesting because then you have an air separation unit, then you have for the nitrogen, and then you have the oxygen automatically. So that's interesting. I would say for the most interesting sectors for hydrogen and this application is hydrogen in iron and steel making, but also for transport, both for road and aviation and maritime. And what I'm considering then is that perhaps not in using fuel cells for transportation, but actually using hydrogen for combustion engines. And then you can definitely allow lower purity hydrogen, which can reduce the cost for the production. So I think there are many sectors here that is of interest. Don't go for power. Then it's much better to produce the power directly from biomass gasification rather than go for hydrogen. That would be very inefficient and probably very expensive. We have made some cost estimates for producing hydrogen via gasification, and this is based on a previous IEA publication where I have used those numbers, added 10% on the capital cost. That can always be discussed whether it should be 20 or 30 or 50%. But in this case, it's 10 because of covering for the inflation, that everything has been so much more expensive. The upper lines or the lines here represents the production cost, which is very similar to the cost of methanol and methane. Of course, it depends on what you pay for the feedstock, which is also now more expensive than previously. Comparing these numbers, which I don't like, but I do it anyway to compete that with hydrogen from SMR, you can see that it's very difficult to compete. You need to get basically paid for the feedstock to get this concept flying. But as you remember, we also get a very nice clean stream of CO2, which we can capture and store and then produce negative emissions. And when we have a price for producing negative emissions, many studies indicate that it will be around 100 euros per ton of CO2 that you can bury. If we also take into account that it comes with a cost for transport and storage around half of that, we could receive a net credit of 50 euros per ton of CO2 that we can store. And if we assume that this will subsidize the production cost, the cost levels are pushed down. And to make the comparison fair, we also add CCS for the steam methane reforming. And then you can see it starts to actually become a little bit more competitive. Still difficult, but I should have had a pointer. I don't know if I have that, but you can see at least for lower feedstock prices, it could actually be competitive. With this, we can actually produce hydrogen with CCS at the biomass price of 20 euros per megawatt hour, somewhere around 2.2 to 3.5 euros per kilograms of hydrogen. If we compare that with hydrogen from solar cells and onshore wind, this is an old version of the map that Ilka showed. It's in many regions in the world, it's in the same cost range or actually even lower. And if you can see in the northern hemisphere, where we also have a lot of biomass available, it is competitive and actually lower. So I like this. I've lost time, but maybe just a few minutes. I often get the question, isn't this a waste of valuable carbon to just store it on the ground? And the answer is, yeah, maybe. I will elaborate a little bit on that, but this is a very nice synthesis of author Pugh Samper that has collected LCA carbon footprints from different ways of producing hydrogen. And according to this study, you have very, very low carbon emissions from solar electrolysis and wind, but still it's not zero. But as you can see, if you combine biomass-based hydrogen with CCS, you have a quite significant negative number. And I made some just on the back of an envelope calculations and estimates on what this can mean. IEA has made an estimate that in 2030 we would need some 50 million tons of low emission hydrogen per year. Maybe not super realistic, but I just assume that 100% of this would be biomass based from hydrogen. Then we could, if all the CO2 is stored, we could save all the CO2 emissions that Japan is emitting today. So just giving you the order of magnitude what this is about. Not realistic, I understand that. But to be a little bit more realistic, perhaps, is that I assume that we have equal shares of wind and solar. And then it would require around 10-11% of biomass-based hydrogen to actually be completely carbon neutral, so zero emissions from these 50 million tons of low emission hydrogen per year. So not that much, 10%, 11%. Just also a very brief estimate is that we would need somewhere around 250 to 350 larger gasification plants. Of course, a lot, but still not super unrealistic. Maybe to 2030, but let's say 2035 or 2040, I think it actually could be accomplished. So is it a waste of carbon? Maybe, but we also have a very, very urgent problem with our climate change. And you have probably heard of the fires around the world is ongoing. And this is definitely a waste of carbon, for sure. So I think it's always offsets and pros and cons with everything, but I think negative emissions will play a very important role. We definitely need it to cope with climate change. So to sum up, gasification-based hydrogen, very interesting, I think. What we need to the next step is actually to demonstrate it in a relevant scale. That's next step. Like I said, very difficult to compete with fossil-based hydrogen, but we also have interesting developments with CCS, CCU in other applications that would most likely lead to lower capital cost, and every progress here will make gasification-based system more competitive. When we compare to other ways of producing renewable hydrogen, it looks interesting in many world regions, as I said. I think that this technology provides very interesting features and very attractive benefits. And the most important one is that it can produce significant negative emissions, which I think will be very important in the future or now. So I think I will stop there and hope for some questions now or later.
Any question from the audience? Yes, please. Your name. I cannot read it from here.
Hi, I'm Carrie Corcoran. I'm from the University of Iceland, and I was just wondering, what are some of the challenges hindering widespread commercialization of H2 produced with biomass gasification compared with other renewable hydrogen pathways?
It's a very good question. Unfortunately, gasification, if you focus on that, have today not the best rumor. It's a lot of the large gasification flagships that is put on ice or even closed down. And I dare to say it has nothing to do with the technology itself. So it's more around the market uncertainties and the low cost for fossil alternatives that are the usual obstacles. So yeah, there might be also other things, but mainly those. I dare to say that technically it's definitely feasible today.
Any other question? Yes, please, Muriel.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'm Muriel Maton from CEA. When you talk about the question about is it a waste of carbon, you provided an answer regarding the emissions, but I have a question about what if you take the point of view from the resource. I mean, regarding biogenic carbon, there's a huge need to make carbon-based fuels, and then is this hydrogen production in competition then with carbon-based fuel production, where we need the limited resource that is biogenic carbon?
Yes, it could be. I think, but if you have a need for hydrogen, I mean, we need hydrogen for steel making, for example. If you need hydrogen and in your area you have abundant resources of unused biomass, why not use it? I mean, it's not the silver bullet. It's not the general solution that that works everywhere for all I mean, no. But in certain cases, yes, it is definitely doable.
And yes, please, Paul.
I will continue the question from my colleague. In fact, your very good presentation illustrates two philosophies of the way to use the biomass. If we consider the carbon atom is very valuable and we have to use at the best use, for example, to produce biofuel or e-biofuel, we have to use with hydrogen to produce a maximum of quantity of fuel, low carbon fuel. If you consider the topic is to avoid too much electricity and to not to consider this very precious carbon molecule, but just a waste to put in the CCS, okay, we can go in the direction you describe. So I think it depends of the order of magnitude we are speaking. Because to have a huge impact, we will need a huge quantity. And the debate is there. Do we need to produce hydrogen from biomass? For example, it's a good argument to avoid too much electricity. I can understand, and to abate some CO2 emissions. So it's okay. Or do we consider that we have to use as much as possible the biocarbon to produce as much as possible biofuel or e-biofuel? It's exactly the debate. I have no answer, but I have my opinion. But it's exactly what we want to debate today, I think.
I fully agree. And I'm a huge fan of bioelectric fuels, where you actually use 100% of the carbon in the feed by adding hydrogen. It's a very nice marriage, so no doubt about that. I sometimes get the question, shouldn't we produce methanol instead? And yeah, it's also very, very nice, of course, and important. But if you need hydrogen, then you need hydrogen. So like I said here, I mean, if you have a case where you have a hydrogen demand, you have biomass available, why not? As a complement, we now have a master thesis at the new greenfield steel mill in the north part of Sweden, where they will produce a huge amount of fossil-free steel. So now we have a master thesis work investigating how biomass-based hydrogen can be complementary to electrolysis. I mean, they will have an air separation unit at site, which means that we can, that investment is already made. So it will be very interesting to see how these two things marry. But I'm a system researcher. The universal answer is, as always, it depends. Very boring, but it's actually the truth.
Ilkka, please.
Thank you, Joachim. I really enjoyed your honest review of this technology. I didn't get any feeling that you would be a biohydrogen salesman. I think the discussion on the best use of biomass brings a memory 15 years ago when I was looking for a topic for my PhD. I asked my colleagues if I could do a PhD on what would be the best use of biomass or bioenergy, and they laughed at me that maybe not a good idea for a PhD because it's always, this question has been around always, and there's no clear answers ever, because it relies on so much on the where you from where you watch it. So look at it. So I really think that we don't need to have a silver bullet solution here. You then made a nice back of an envelope calculation. Even if we can have a solution, if we can get 1% of the total chunk or 0.5%, I think it's enough. And the IEA perspective is kind of, we're looking the energy security component of the clean energy transitions and very carefully. New forms of energy security like secure supply chains, And wherever you can have technological diversification that is not based on just wind and electrolysis, that is, the supply chains are very concentrated globally, but you can have diversification. That is an argument already in favor of looking for other options. And maybe more kind of we don't always need to find a killer solution that will solve climate change in itself, but something that can support and add to the toolbox that we have to address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, in the case carbon, CO2 or carbon, because it's CO2, is oxygen, what you are talking about. CO2 is oxygen more than carbon. So in fact, it's a question of it's oxygen waste. So it's a different point of view. So that will depend on the balance. At the end, we have to find as society and humankind the balance to really act like the nature, that they have balanced the CO2 with the rest of the material. Now we have the chance. So maybe the question is, the challenge is how to do this productive or somehow. So that's an introduction for the next presentations. Yes, sorry, please.
Yes, thank you. Franziska Müller-Lange from the German Biomass Research Center. As Joachim said, it depends, right? So, and he also highlighted that it heavily depends on the final application of the hydrogen. So he highlighted here the gasification pathway, and it's pretty much focused on hydrogen production. But your introducing question, Ilka, was what about novel, innovative approaches that go away also from the approaches that are more or less well known, at least in theory. So I would like to open your mind also to more biorefinery oriented approaches, maybe based on the fermentation approaches where you can produce a hydrogen rich gas and at the same time, for instance, a biomethane and carbon acids. So you have several products. And these approaches, of course, could make sense in a certain area, in a certain region, because when we're talking about what is the right biocarbon, it's not just about woody biomass or lignocellulosic. We do have a lot of remaining unused biomass potentials that fit pretty well for fermentation processes, for instance. Of course, this is much more in a smaller scale, but biohydrogen is more than the huge topic of gasification to hydrogen-rich gases. So maybe we can open the discussion also today to other technologies. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Any other last-minute question? So we go to the next round of speakers. We have here another solution. There were a set of speakers are talking about another solution, that is the converting biomass, biogenic resources into solid carbon and hydrogen. So now it's the turn from Laura Raika from Hycamite, is founder and CEO of Hycamite, and has a master in process engineering from the University of Oulu, and has more than 25 years of extensive experience with industry and academia, along with several positions of transport and committee memberships. So she will show the case of Hycamite. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for the invitation. So my name is Laura Rahika, as you mentioned, and I'm the CEO and one of the founders of Hycamite. So I will present a little bit what we are doing and what is our technology all about. So we are a deep tech and clean tech company. We're coming from Finland, and we are developing methane splitting technology. You maybe know that as a pyrolysis technology also, or turquoise hydrogen, but we call it methane splitting technology. And we have one of the fastest growing hydrogen companies in Europe, and we have international strategic investors, and we are the only methane splitting company which can produce graphite on a larger scale, so battery-grade graphite. And there in that picture below, you can see our industrial scale demonstration plant, which capacity is 2 kilotons of hydrogen and 6 kilotons of solid carbon annually. And this CRMA status, which we received about 1 month ago. So what does it mean? So it means that our project is strategically important for the EU, and it directly addresses the critical need for the graphite. And well, as you know, the graphite plays an essential role in producing anodes for lithium-ion batteries, and also in which are in key components in electric vehicles. And this project, the whole project, it could capture up to 40% of the European market for battery-grade graphite. So it is actually a huge project for us. On the right side of the slide, so you can see the principle of our technology. So we split methane molecule and as a feedstock, so we can use biomethane, also, of course, LNG, then this kind of side streams from the industry, which has methane there. And our expertise lies there in the catalyst. So we use catalyst and heat, and because there is no oxygen present, no CO2 emissions are born here in this process. So we have 5 different kind of catalyst families, and why it is so important is that we can tailor-made a carbon product for our customers, and we can, as I mentioned, we can also produce battery-grade graphite. And what is also important, so is that this requires really low energy, or it's low energy process, we can say, and low energy hydrogen production. And what does it mean? It is 87% less than, for example, electrolysis. So it's not only power, we can also use heat here. Here where we are located, so we are located in Finland, Kokkola, and there we have our customer sample facility, so our industrial scale demonstration plant, as I mentioned, 2 kilotons of hydrogen and 6 kilotons of solid carbon. And we have, of course, laboratory R&D facilities, 2 pilot reactors there, which has been, this bigger one has been operational almost 4 years now. And then, of course, we have also this big plant, this hydrogen production plant there in Kokkola. And if you don't know, or you're not familiar with the Kokkola Industrial Park, so it's the Northern Europe's largest inorganic industrial park. Here you can see our timeline or our history and where we are heading to. So we have raised total of 50 million euros by strategic and financial investors. Our target market is Northern Europe and Northern America and Europe, and we have roughly 8 patent applications. I think it's 10 right now. This is a little bit outdated, this slide. And we have 71 employees working at Hycamite. Then about our solution and also about our business case and business model. How do we do this? So we see that we are decarbonizing industry. So we have industrial customers, both for hydrogen and for the solid carbon products. We placed our factories next to the hydrogen customer because we see that of course, it's possible to store and transport hydrogen, but it's better if you have this hydrogen customer next to you and next to our customer, next to our facilities. solid carbon that is easy to transport. And of course, we can place this SMR production. So we serve, first of all, the industrial customers who use methane now in their processes. And we also see that we can utilize existing infrastructure and we can benefit from that waste heat, which is produced, for example, in steel mills, and we can use that in our process. Then those benefits. So we have three benefits, like price, low carbon footprint, and these carbon products. And first of all, price, and sorry, this is a little bit outdated, so we need to update this slide. So it's from year 22. And in this picture, you can see the prices of hydrogen, green hydrogen, that green line there, and then gray hydrogen, blue, and this turquoise hydrogen, this our hydrogen, which we produce. So, of course, several methods can be used to produce hydrogen, and each of these ones are affecting the cost. And our understanding is that industry is not willing to pay a significant premium for low carbon hydrogen. And therefore, we can provide hydrogen as a competitive price for our customers. And as you can see from the picture or this figure, so the price is almost same as the gray hydrogen is right now. And this is, of course, because we can sell this second product, so our solid carbon products. Then life cycle emissions. So again, here you can see green hydrogen. So on the x-axis, you can see the electricity intensity. So this how much CO2 per kilowatt hours, and then on y-axis the footprint of the produced hydrogen. And we all know that this low carbon footprint of hydrogen is essential for the industry, and you can see that how low our carbon footprint is if you compare that to the gray or even to green hydrogen. So this Hycamite or methane splitting hydrogen line is this turquoise line. Then there is this low carbon hydrogen limit as a blue line, and then gray is this SMR hydrogen, and then the green is this green hydrogen or electrolysis hydrogen line. And our calculation is made by FFE, so German institute, and it has all these emissions from the well to the liquidification plant, overseas transportation, regasification, and pumping to the customer. So the LNG is used in here, and you can see that the carbon footprint is really low. So it's under this low carbon hydrogen limit. And how we see this is that it was someone who mentioned this already here, that what matters is this carbon footprint. It doesn't matter what is the technology, the carbon footprint is what matters. Then these carbon products. So we have several carbon products like batteries, concrete, steel industry, polymers, supercapacitors, and tire industry. And I mentioned that we have our own catalysts. So with the help of that catalyst, we can tailor-make that carbon product to our customer. Actually, I have here our carbon. I can put this one if you want to see here. But this kind of solid carbon is taking out of natural gas, biogas, and this is a high value product for us. And as I mentioned already, we are the only company which can produce large volumes of battery-grade graphite, which is important for the EU. Then here you can see the carbon footprint of our products. And sorry about the small text there. So on the right-hand side, you can see the commercial carbon, carbon black, for example, graphite and so on. And the left-hand side is our carbon footprint of our products. And this first one is our carbon with LNG and this Finnish grid electricity. The second one is our carbon LNG with hydropower, and then, which is really important and well, important for us, is the last one. So this high-carbon carbon with biomethane and the Fingrid. So you can see that the carbon footprint of this product is minus 2.75. So this is why the customers are interested in this product. And then last slides. So we are entering industrial scale. So in this picture, you can see process of our customer sample facility, so industrial scale demonstration plant, which we have there already. We are building the second reactor line there, and this is the largest methane splitting plant in Europe. What is the meaning of this plant or this industrial scale demonstration plant is that, of course, we want the technology proof of concept on an industrial scale. We have operated already in a pilot scale several years, but now we need this industrial scale proof of concept. Then the second, which is really important to us also, is to produce large volumes of carbon samples for our customers. So, for example, for the battery industry. And here again, some pictures of our process. Thank you. We have also our chairman of the board, Mr. Matti Malkamäki, is here, part of the panel discussion later on. So if you have any questions, so we are happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. Is there any question from, any doubt from the audience? Any curiosity? I have one question, if you allow me.
Of course. Yes, of
Need to have something, you know. You're mentioning about the producing on a factory of, you know, of your system in the United States. And why is that? Is there any problem in Europe to build a factory like this, or is better to do it there?
It's because of the these laws and regulatory environment in Europe and versus USA or Northern America. That's the reason. So that's why we are first there, and now we are waiting this low carbon hydrogen delegated act to be here in Europe.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please, Paul.
Yes, just a question about the business model. You mentioned that you sell carbon, you sell hydrogen. What is the balance? Do you expect to have the highest part on carbon? And if it's carbon, you have the risk to overflow that. I mean to have a huge quantity of carbon and no market for that. What is the balance between hydrogen cell and carbon cell?
In Finland, we say that 50-60. Some of you maybe know that. So it's easy to make hydrogen, and this carbon is the thing that where we get the money. So, and that's the reason why we can sell the hydrogen so competitive price for our customers. And well, we know that we produce a lot of or big amounts of carbon, but we have customers for those amounts for carbon. So we have several, and that's also one advantage which we have, that we don't have only one segment to provide this carbon product. We have several segments, and for example, concrete industry, that's the one which hasn't used this kind of carbon products before, and we know that there is a significant market for us, but also how does it affect to the CO2 emissions in their products. So it's marketable. Yeah.
Other questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I stated that there are no silver bullet technologies, but I think you're close.
Thank you.
Now I really like what you're doing, and I think it's very interesting. I have a question about the carbon quality. Can you easily change the quality of the carbon by different operational parameters?
Yes, actually we can. Yeah, it depends on the catalyst what we use, so the quality of the carbon. So it is easy.
Please, Eric, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Very insightful. And I had a question about the okay, sorry. Once again, thank you for your presentation. It was very insightful. I have okay, yeah. So the question is, you mentioned LNG, and of course we know that with LNG there can be methane slip, which would undermine your CI performance. Is the LNG integral part of your business model, or if you would go with plans anywhere that, let's say, you could consider actually connecting it to gas grids or whatever, so not to be dependent on the LNG itself, the liquid part?
Probably Matti is better to answer this one.
Yeah, I have the energy background, so that's why. So as Laura mentioned, we can split, I mean, practically any methane that what we are getting. And at the moment at the pilot plant, we are using biomethane that we are buying from a local producer in Finland. In USA, for example, we are using, or we have customer cases on the West Coast where they have local natural gas reservoirs, but they also are interested to feed in some renewable natural gas, as they call it there, so that we can split also that. On the top of that one, we have our investors are coming from oil and gas companies. We have major oil and gas companies like OMV and Petrom as our investors, and they are looking forward to utilize this technology on cutting the upstream emissions of their own LNG sources, and then also for using this in the petrochemical industry where they have the fuel gas that can then be split into hydrogen and solid carbon this way.
Thank you very much. Any other question? No. Then we go to the next presentation by Danica Malikovic. He's Chief Technical Officer of Indeloop and Director of Energy and Sustainability of DOC ING, that's a engineering company in Croatia. And she's also a member of the board of Hydrogen Europe. And go ahead, Danica, and show your case.
Thank you very much, Alberto. Hello, everybody. As Alberto said, I come from a clean tech startup from Croatia, Indeloop. We are developing waste to hydrogen technology. We have been working on this project for the last 5 years. We have been very much hands-on on broader hydrogen business. I have been involved both with the board of directors of Hydrogen Europe, and I'm a chair of Clean Hydrogen Partnership joint undertaking that Professor Lundgren mentioned, and very interesting about the KPIs. I think we can have some more discussion on that further on and see how to have a better aligned KPIs among other between different different organization platforms and similar. This is the the changes. So what we do, we are actually using at one presentation today, we had this carbon rich feedstocks. We are using these feedstocks in our technology, in our gasification. It's actually ultra-fast pyrolysis if we want to be completely technically accurate, but we get our products that we get out are solid residue, and we have production of hydrogen-rich gas, syngas. And we are using here, our feedstock is organic waste material, being both biomass, sewage sludge, but even other organic feedstock like textiles, which are some, basically they are mostly made of cotton, which is again feedstock that we can use. We can even use with plastics because they are again of organic origin. We started this project in Croatia, and maybe a fun fact is that Croatia is the only EU country that doesn't have an incineration plant. So, being quite big on our environment, we were trying to get technology that would solve the problem of disposing this waste in the most, let's say, environmentally friendly way. And for the last 5 years, I can say that we are now somewhere, again, not on the complete facility power plant outlay part. As Professor mentioned, we are actually developing the reactor set, doing some work on the gas cleaning, but then again, there are other partners like Technicas Reunidas that we are connected to, and that their knowledge is something that we would like to implement in the broader power plant set. We are somewhere on the level of TRL 7. We are still in a let's say research and development phase, but we are quite hopefully close to the first full scale industrial deployment. Why this waste conversion is important? It's important because these amounts of waste are globally increasing, of course, and having organic waste is certainly something that is either going to be either it will have a negative effect on the environment, so this organic waste with time will certainly emit to the atmosphere. The carbon that is emitted, mostly in the methane form, is then, of course, very much affects the environment. And overall, our project, as you will see from one project that we won within Innovation Fund, was already certified as carbon negative technology, and we have savings that are larger than 100%. We in Indoloop, so we are a Croatian company. We have something like 20 employees at the moment, but we are growing our team. What we do, we are focusing on converting non-recyclable, materially non-recyclable organic waste into hydrogen-rich syngas and carbon-rich solid byproducts. And these solid byproducts are, of course, the content of them is quite very much dependent on the feedstock component. And being here focused to the more of biomass inlet, what we get besides syngas, which is rich in hydrogen, we are getting biochar as a side product. We have been recognized, I would say, by Hydrogen Europe 3 years ago, and our story was presented as one of the 4 quite potent and prospective European hydrogen development stories. So we're very proud of this. So not to go into too much technical details, what we do, we have inputs that are, as I said, unrecyclable waste streams. we are we have already trademarked our technology globally as Looper. We are inputting these waste streams into our reactor, and what we get as an output is syngas, which is a gas that is composed of hydrogen and carbon monoxide, and solid residue that can be, if mostly biogenic origin, biomass origin, it is biochar, or it has some other content. And for this feedstock, our focus wasn't as it isn't, let's say, depending again on the inlet, the purity of it isn't as high as probably in the high summit process. But we are still using this solid residue mostly in construction industry. You can see here a small picture where we are actually making bricks, roof tiles, and experimenting with the characteristics in physically and chemically. How could the solid residue that we produce actually replace the new material for the production of this kind of construction elements? The process is generally thermochemical conversion. We are the syngas that we produce can be used, let's call it directly. So for some energy needs, for production of energy heat, depending on the final client's needs, or in some sort of combined cogeneration cycle, or we can extract hydrogen for this this mixture. During the gasification, we actually have a partial oxidation of organic matter. We use at a certain level a gasifying agent either within the material or within the process. And the maximum conversion efficiency is actually reached when we have maximum production of carbon monoxide, so that we are actually preventing formation of CO2. As I said, we have started our process 5 years ago, and today we have our first, I would say, full-scale, lower capacity pilot in our facilities in Zagreb. You can see it here in 2024. We have tested it at potential clients' production facility. It is actually social cooperative for working with textiles, where we were actually able to produce gas for their heating needs, and thus save the natural gas that they were purchasing on the market. And the result was, if this facility was to be implemented in this specific company, they will be in the position to even employ 3 more employees. That again, it's a social cooperative, and they're employing people that have less opportunity of employment. In 2025, as you will see a little bit later, we are planning to wrap up the design of gasification plant that would process waste sewage sludge. For this project, this is just a short picture of this 1-ton facility, which has actually been completely containerized. You can see here 2 containers, and there are 2 more containers outside of our laboratory. The idea is that these containers will be closed, but we are still, this is a laboratory example, and we're still working each day some sort of testing and research on these appliances. Where have we have been involved, and who recognized our technology? The facility you saw before was actually co-funded by Innovation Norway. And in call on 2023, we have been awarded the Innovation Fund project for sludge to hydrogen. The idea is to develop a looper, but on a bigger scale, so 25 tons of sewage sludge per day, and our goal is to produce up to 1 ton of hydrogen daily. The start of this operation was planned for next year, but it will have some delays, mostly due to the some licensing and regulatory changes that we had within that are linked to the local Croatian market, and that is actually something that each of the energy project has to fight. But generally, it will maybe be delayed by a year or two. Furthermore, we are part of Northern Adriatic Hydrogen Valley. We have been involved in here is one horizon called Ash Cycle that is actually just working. There, the goal is to find the valorization of solid residues after processes such as our gasification. And we have just this year wrapped up a project with the European Defense Fund, where we were implementing this concept of looper into military camps, and thus increase the energy resilience and independence of such facilities. Just a few words on what is syngas. So syngas is, as I said, a mixture of H2 and carbon monoxide. The quality of syngas depends largely on the quality of the and type of the feedstock. What we want to get out of our thermochemical process is to get maximum hydrogen yield, and that is of course dependent on the number of characteristics, and it is changeable. So actually this technology is not one technology for all type of feedstock, but it needs to have a certain adjustment before in order to have actually the most efficient process. What is our focus on with the gasification and products? We have demonstrated that we can produce syngas that is quite pure, I would say. It could potentially even be used in the mobility application. Other applications that we are looking to are industrial consumers, and these are potential off-takers of the syngas that we are and hydrogen that we are going to produce within this innovation fund project, as well as blending into the grid. Our actually goal is to have a system that can use everything that's completely circular. Everything would be used out of the system. Our case may be compared to the biogas hydrogen that Professor Lundgren was mentioning, is different even in that sense that we should get paid to take this feedstock, and in that sense our cost of hydrogen is actually quite volatile and dependent on the gate fee that potential project can expect. And then again, this is quite it's not the same between different even regions and countries and so further more, but we are on the level of SMR hydrogen a little bit more, and in that sense we hope that we will have a hydrogen that will be highly competitive. This is a picture of our biochar that we have produced, and in one of the testing is just a biochar in a tank of biochar, but it's quite it's carbon rich. It contains mostly carbon with some smaller amounts of oxygen, hydrogen, and ashes. And this biochar has been tested as a fertilizer and even in other uses from construction industry. Furthermore, as I mentioned at one point, the emissions of this system have been sort of verified by the SINEA and EU and Innovation Fund, and we are for the processing of a sewage sludge. Our carbon emissions, our savings are 100. So they're 108%. So we are actually a carbon sink in comparison to other ways of taking care of the waste and producing hydrogen. We have been working on some additional projects, as I mentioned, using these BRICS. This is local Croatian scientific project that we have been involved in, and we have produced a full-scale BRICS series with our biochar, and we demonstrated that up to 5% of biochar addition improves and maintains both mechanical and thermal properties of the BRICS. So here we have an offtake of this output from the system as well. The ongoing ash cycle project that has been led by I think Finnish University in Oulu is exploring how can a biochar be a raw material in geopolymers, concrete, and other construction industry. We are doing together with our colleagues from Denmark research on phosphorus extraction and recovery of other valuable elements from the biochar, and the goal of this project is to have a good carbon valorization and circularity of all materials within the processing of waste. So thank you very much for your attention, and if you have any questions, please feel free to answer.
I don't know if there is any very, very fast question because we are a little bit late. I have realized that we are late. So if you don't have any question, anyway, will be the lunch so that you will have. Okay.
Thank you. Just a short question. Can you shortly explain about the type of gasifier and your downstreaming process to come to the syngas? Thank you.
So we are not at this point. We are not using probably think about the catalyst for the gasification. So only what is within the material is sufficient for the process to. So we are not adding other like oxygen additionally or steam additionally at this point. But we are considering that that's for sewage sludge. But for some other materials, we are considering this. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. So we go with the last speaker of today. We will finish a little bit later, but anyway. This is Ernesto Simón, technology developer at Técnicas Reunidas, and here, go ahead, Ernesto.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, Alberto, for the presentation. For us, it's a great honor to be here today and to have the opportunity to share with us our project and our capabilities. First of all, I want to thank my gratitude to the organizing committee to this opportunity. And next slide. Focusing on what we do and who we are. Sorry, I try to focus on in the presentation because I have serious problem with the traffic jam this morning to take here, and okay, let's go with the presentation. Okay, This is the table of content of my presentation, and I focus on and to from Técnicas Reunidas knowledge and our capabilities to complete to carry out project regarding the hydrogen and syngas purification. Okay. First, some highlight about my company, Técnicas Reunidas, and we are a big company, a major EPC contractor, global company, and headquartered in Madrid. And we have a dedicated division to help and support our client to achieve decarbonization goals. And to do this, the hydrogen is play an important role to achieve. Okay, and we have a strong experience in the industrial sector to produce hydrogen in several industrial plant with our proprietary technology and license from others. Okay, and inside we are big. Okay, and inside Técnicas Reunidas, my department, product development and technology area, inside the heat transfer division, it's a proprietary equipment such as boiler, fire heater, reformers, and so on. We have the same objective of the industrial company. Our strategy is in the energy efficiency, in the circular economy, and the renewable hydrogen and CO2 capture for decarbonization. But the main important difference is we are large involved in research and development project and different demo and upscaling. Okay, so we are a technological partner from the beginning to the end, from the conceptualization process to industrial deployment, passing through the proof of concept, first of a kind, and so on. In the TRL of the hydrogen production, can be seen in the slide, and in the inside the red circle, we want to indicate the project that we are currently running. Okay, and to do this, we have a multidisciplinary team in all our specialists, from procurement, mechanical, 3D modeling, instrumentation. Okay, all of them, this difference of the rest in our quality control, in the design of the demo plan, and the design based on the plug and play. Okay, and for this presentation, we focus in the syngas purification and hydrogen recovery. These processes are indicated in the block diagram in the slide in red. Okay, this is our space between in the middle, in the biomass gasification or pyrolysis, and the bioenergy product. Okay, and now we can move with to show some example of this kind of project. Okay, the first is a Shinefleet project. A part of this project is a PS8 unit, okay, to achieve hydrogen high purity 5.9 to fit to the fuel cell for mobility, okay, and for, this hydrogen is obtained from bioethanol and biogas reforming with steam. Okay, this result obtained in this skit were beyond state of the art. More or less 18% from the recovery rate from bioethanol and around 17% from biogas reforming. Okay, another interesting project is a Zener. Okay, is a syngas purification unit from several sources biogenic waste to produce syngas to feed it to bioreactor to produce biofuels. Okay, this project require a high quality standard of the syngas, and we achieve with several stages: quenching, oil and quantity scrubbing, garbage, compression, and we demonstrate the upscaling feasibility of this project. Next slide, okay, is a little bit different project because it's a hydrogen recovery from industrial gases from steel industry. Okay, in the steel making process there is several stream with a lean and rich hydrogen content, and we will recover in the PCA and vacuum PCA systems. Okay, right now this project is in the mechanical completion phase, and right now we from end of the summer we will start up in the industrial environment. Another project is in the engineering phase, is similar to the Zener, purification, syngas purification unit based on the bulk absorption plus absorption for polishing. And right now, engineering phase, and the main state of this project are the quenching and water condensation, oil and caustic scrubbing, final washing and compression, final polishing and compression, and the target is reach impurities level to allow Fischer-Tropsch synthesis. And the last one is a research and development project, very interesting for this event because it's a process intensification based on the sorption of enhanced water gases. Okay, this is a concept to maximize hydrogen production and to CO2 capture in situ. This project is carried out in collaboration with the CIEMAT, and the next step will be the demo plan based on the functional material and cyclic operation. And many thanks for your attention, and if you have any question, maybe we can talk about it and discuss in the breaks. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyway, you have a short question, you can do it, or we go. Yes, Joaquin.
Very short question. I'm very curious about your steel work off gases project. What kind of gases are you talking about from steel making that you want to?
Yes, related to the rich hydrogen stream, I talk about the coke oven gas, and the lean hydrogen content is a blast furnace gas.
Short follow-up. What will happen when the steel industry transforms to fossil-free steel, when you probably don't have coke oven gas available?
Use biochar or the carbon, as our partner has mentioned in previous presentation.
Thanks a lot, Ernesto. I think we are going to follow with a discussion on the panel that are more just also very interesting for the global outcome from the meeting. So we have as panelists. Well, we are two moderators. In this case, it's Joaquin and me. I'm from hydrogen. He's from bioenergy. So I'm the fiscal and he's the lawyer. And to do the questions. So the panelists, they are three panelists. Two of them, you already know more or less what they have done, what they are doing, why they are here. In this case, with Mati and Danica. But there is a new one that is Gerard Gatt that didn't have a presentation, and they are here because in fact they are the representative, let's say, of different technologies with the aim of producing hydrogen and carbon from carbon feedstocks, and they are in fact different. We have gasification, we have direct, catalytic splitting from the case of Jacamite, but Gerard Gatt and he will have some few minutes to introduce himself and the company. They are with another route to produce the same reaction, in this case with microwaves. So Gerard Gatt is the president of Sacovin Energy, and go ahead, Gerard, and you have your 3 minutes, 4 minutes to do a pitch about what you are doing, and then we will start with my colleague. The lawyer will start with the questions. Huh?
Okay. Very well. Thank you very much, Alberto. Thank you, everybody, for having me here today. So I'm Gerard Gatt, the founder of Sacowin, a startup created in 2017 based on addressing the energy transition. We are today promoting a solution to decarbonize gas, basically to remove carbon from gas before producing energy. So this is basically the technologies we've seen today here. The particularity of our solution is to be compact, modular, and to be installed directly on site at the consumption point on the factory, and basically decarbonizing gas on demand as needed, and so collecting carbon in a solid form, a carbon that could be used in the tire industry. It's a carbon black, and that is quite interesting. We are right now in the process of delivering our first industrial pilot that will be delivered to a consortium of 11 industrial organizations that have, in fact, ordered this pilot from us. They are based in Switzerland. So companies like Allsim or Sika and others that have created an association to study how they should decarbonate their industrial processes. So we are focusing today on the decarbonization of industrial processes, like I said, so processes that are requiring high temperature, like the production of glass, ceramics, steel, aluminum, and many other materials. This pilot program that has started already a year ago, we are delivering the first unit, in fact, next month. It's going to demonstrate how this solution is going to run on an actual and customer solution. So this is going to be connected to an emeling oven for a company in Switzerland called Wetzug, who is producing a large scale, which is producing, in fact, kitchen appliances with, and so they are the leader in creating those oven, and having a very high-end animal
that is being used for that. Okay, so reaching TRL7, right now, and planning a release of the first version of our product into the market, a commercial version next year in 2026. So very briefly, this is where we are. We are about 36 people today in the company based in Aix-en-Provence in the south of France.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gerard.
So very, very interesting. And I will introduce a few questions to the panelists. And I think that I guess that we all agree in this room that what we need now is that we need steel in the ground. We need plants that produces commodities that we need in the transition. You all represent companies that are perhaps in different levels of development. We're talking lab, we're talking demonstration, maybe pilot plants. I would like to all of you to address the question, but I will start with Matti. Perhaps that your process is perhaps the one that is closest to an industrial relevant size for commercialization. But what do you see, or what have you experienced as the largest challenge to commercialize the process?
Thank you, Joachim. I think that this is a good that the question actually came from you, because I want to refer to your presentation first. So you showed this picture of Ibrahimovic, and you referred to him that if he had been 8-year-old and playing, so he wouldn't been able to master this kind of stuff that what he's doing now. But I give a little bit like a different view on that one. So why he became a champion in the football? He became a champion in the football because when he was 8 years old, he was able to practice that same game that he still plays today with the same rules. Now, we don't have this kind of situation when we are talking about the renewables or the fossils and so forth. So we have a big number of different regulations. I mean, not only here in Europe, but also in USA and elsewhere, where different kind of renewable power sources or new types of hydrogen and so forth are being regulated, and there's not really like a one comprehensive same kind of playground for everybody. And I have to say thank you for the IEA for making these greenhouse gas labels that Mr. Hanula showed us earlier today. And that kind of approach, I think that we really need to have, so that we really have like a very simple way for calculating that what is the CO2 level of different fuels and how we can actually start working towards the decarbonization in all of this kind of stuff. So that is rule number one. So we need to have clear rules that how the game is being played, and I don't think that we have them at the moment. So good examples here in Europe are for example, the nuclear power and how to treat that one, whether it's CO2 free or not, in terms of making the hydrogen and so forth. So there's plenty of these kind of examples that we can put out. The next one is that the renewable technologies de facto they need, and they come from multiple sources. The reason why the oil and gas has been going so big and grown so big actually is that the economies of scale are on their side. So if you have large LNG vessels, or you have natural gas reservoirs that where you can extract the gas, you can get a lot of volume, and because of that volume being so big, you actually have very good ways for producing the energy in a big scale. Of course, now we know that there's CO2 emissions as well and so forth. We need to get rid of those, but this is not the case with the renewables. So renewables are coming from multiple sources, and the problem what we have with them is that and what we have also seen here is that quite often the technologies that what we need to have in order to, utilize them are new and small scale. And this is something that we need to start working on, so that how we can do it scalable. I've been in the cleantech industry since 2002 as an entrepreneur, and when the cleantech 1.0 actually closed down and was like a failure from the investment point of view, when we studied through those companies that actually failed, the scalability was number one. They were not able to scale, and we have to make this scalable, this whole business. And the last one, of course, is the financing. So that if you can make it so that you can make your technology scalable, like in our case, we can use biogas or we can use natural gas and so forth, so we can make it scalable, then we can get it funded, and that's why I think that we are getting so well ahead. But this kind of funding for these technologies on a neutral technology agnostic way has to be there. I think that these are the three key issues.
Thank you very much. Very wise thoughts, and thanks for the additions to my Zlatan figure. Thanks. I would like to ask the same question to Danica. What's your reflections?
Well, a lot of has been already said by Maki. I think for all of our technologies, the treatment is not, I would say, consistent with others. So we need to get to regulatory-wise to be treated as a technology neutral. Today we had a comparison saying it doesn't matter what is the technology, but actually the carbon footprint is something that we have to take into consideration. The other thing is that I have a feeling that everybody is looking for a magical solution with hydrogen, especially. So it is now, I think, 3 years that hydrogen is more in the focus in Europe and worldwide. But let's speak about Europe. And I think it took us almost 40 years to develop full market for renewables. So this will happen with time, but then again, what we need is, in order to get where we want to be, we need to use our resources in the most effective way. So I think at the moment, the hydrogen produced for electrolysis on the European level is on the level of 0.5% or something like that, which is then, of course, evident that we need other technologies if we want to completely decarbonize. And I think that should be the focus. We have now a lot of talks and works about the new delegated act on low carbon fuels, which aren't as coherent, actually, even with the Draghi report, I think, to the level that it should be. So we'll see how that advocacy will work out and what will be the final result. Looking at the projects, I think, and it was mentioned here, we need to put some steel in the ground. So we need to be. We're always having plans. We're always having announcements. We're always thinking about something, and then when we get to the actual phase where we need to scale up, build up something, interconnect something, then we have the feasibility of this project is not as it maybe should be in order to be not completely bankable, but at least partially bankable. So I think without actual projects, which maybe not all of them have to be 100% successful, but they have to be built up and we have to learn something from them. I think we need to get to that point. And here again, we have certain problems. Okay, again, depending on the scale, but for the facilities such as Looper, it's still not completely clear what we should do and what is our pathway, how to build up even the first industrial deployment or whatever. So then you're losing time, and with time you're losing money, and we are, I think, all here at sort of more or less startups. So delaying the projects can be pretty even devastating for such companies. So this push has to be more now. Let's move from the plans. Okay, R&D, everything is important, keep it, but we need to move to the actual deployment.
Yes, thank you very much. I fully agree with you. Then Gerard, do you have any additions to previous speakers?
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, you know, we are facing, I mean, energy transition is about two major things. One is about ecology. We all know that. We don't want to emit CO2, you know, that's clear. But the other one is about economy, right? And we need to address those two issues at scale. And so we have to address those issues quickly, right? Time is an essence today. So the way, you know, replacing replacing the energy coming from carbon, you know, no CO2 means that we don't want to use this energy anymore, is not easy. Very difficult. From an economical point of view, having two legs in your business, hydrogen and carbon, is a very good way to address this issue from a carbon side. I mean, from a business side, okay? From a ecological point of view, removing carbon from gas is a way to, you know, address the energy transition as a whole very efficiently, because the carbon, we are going to use it for something meaningful that is going to be useful for the industry, you know, for the planet, for agriculture, and many other things that can be done with it, okay, because it has lots of capacities in terms of usage. So it is essential to look at the solution as a whole, as a conceptual system that is going to really address the energy transition, okay? Just for, you know, for the sake of the history here, I mean, you know, when we started the company at Sakowin, we started with electrolysis at the beginning. And a particular form of electrolysis that was, you know, planning to have some really interesting performance. You know, I launched a company to industrialize the solution here in Europe, and very quickly we discovered that this principle, you know, was not reproducible as well as we planned to be, okay. And so we ended up thinking about the energy transition from scratch with no technologies in mind, okay. And that was a very interesting journey that has led us to first understand that we need to use a natural resource that is going to be that we can use with no conflicting usage. But because of the scale we are talking about, if we have to choose between, you know, watering your field or producing energy, it doesn't work anymore. It works today in 2025, but in 2050, it will not work anymore. Okay, scale is really an issue, and whatever natural resource you are going to use, you are going to have to overconsume it from what you are doing today, because we are not using it, you know, we are not using the energy coming from carbon anymore, right? So in order to keep an environmental imprint that is acceptable by the planet, we need to develop systems that are extremely efficient energetically, more efficient than before. And that's the reason why methane pyrolysis is so interesting, because you are starting with the molecule that requires the least amount of energy to produce a energy vector that does not produce CO2, okay, which is hydrogen. And then you can develop systems that are optimized to a level where you can really get efficiencies that are going to make the difference. So that's what's important. And then you have the carbon that you are going to get at the end, that is in a solid form, that is easy to transport, that you can do many things with it, and then you have a complete circular solution that could be used for many things. Okay, so that's the reason that, you know, from our analysis, we naturally came, you know, when we analyzed the energy transition with no technology and just trying to define what is the best way to address this problem, we ended up deciding that, you know, methane pyrolysis was actually a very interesting solution, potentially even more ecological than using water. Okay. And so, which is surprising when you say methane is more ecological than water, it's quite surprising. But when you think about it as a whole, this is the conclusion you can have. So, and why I'm saying all of this is because this concept today is not understood by the politics. It's not. Okay. Our politics are just pushing technologies. They are trying to get technologies in the market as fast as they can, and they are choosing technologies because they believe that they already understand what innovation is going to be, and it's already decided what is going to be the innovation of tomorrow, right? This is where we are today. And that's really a problem because what the politics should do is just state, you know, what what we need to do, which is to reduce CO2 emissions, okay, and set a level, which they did, okay. We have a level that is set now, and we just should say that, if you are above that level, you are going to pay taxes, and if you're below this level, you're going to get some credits and grants and subventions, and we are going to help you, and that's it. And let the market do the rest, and right. This will work really well, okay. What we are trying to do in Europe is really too complex. I mean, it doesn't work. We are losing time. We are wasting, a lot of energy trying to get things going, and losing technologies at the end. Okay, because those technologies are going to get into places where they're going to get financed. Okay, so this is really a challenge that we have in Europe, to get this bureaucracy, way down from what it is today, okay, and to get the politics to just do their job that is simple, just to set, regulations that are going to be in favor of ecology and reducing CO2 emissions. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I think we could have a workshop on policy and politics, and we could probably spend a week on discussing that. So, but extremely relevant. We are running a little bit out of time. Time flies, as you know, when you have fun. But I will one last question before we have some bonus questions from the audience. Very briefly, I'm a researcher. I'm so curious. What knowledge gaps do you see in your technology pathway or surrounding it, so to say? I mean, where should we put money on research to facilitate your pathway towards commercialization? Very, very short. We start with Matti.
Thank you. I mean, as Laura mentioned in her presentation, so that HygaMind is being born on 20 plus years of research in the local university, and that actually gave us a flying start, if you will. We have really in-depth discussions with that university, and we are doing the joint research with them as we speak. So, and that is very, very, very crucial for us. But on top of that one, we have decided already in the beginning when we started the company that, okay, we will do collaboration with anyone that has knowledge on something that what we need, so that we are very open for collaboration and R&D and so forth. And we have said that if somebody has some hydrogen technologies or hydrogen whatever equipment that they want to test in real world environment, then please knock the door, so that we are open for that. And I think that is perhaps the way and reason why we have also been able to get these bigger investors investing to us, because they believe that it's not only one company, but it's a multiple level of companies. But they actually, I come to the regulation again, so that here in Europe, especially when you are starting to develop something with AI or something like that, when you get to these regulative stops, and this is something that where we are also seeing some difficulties. On the other hand, if you think about AI and the large language models there, one of the dreams that I have is that we could actually start using AI in the chemical development and in the catalyst development way and so forth. but that is something that requires not only additional funding that neither companies or the universities have, but also quite a lot of new kinds of ways that how to manage that in data that what we are getting from the industrial processes. So I think that there's one gap that what we can say. Then of course there are some others related to resources and workforce and so forth, but that's a bit more common theme perhaps.
Sounds good. Let's keep discussing research collaboration during the coffee break and lunch. So, Danica, do you have any fast?
Well, Matti wrapped it up nicely. Maybe just a comment that I think even from the company side, we need to convey this message to the university, to the academia, what is something that we foresee that we might need. And then again, academia has to have an ear for that. And sometimes this process of changing the syllabus is the right term, or curriculum, or whatever, is something that takes a few years. So then some flexibility from the other side is needed as well. I think there is certain initiatives like Pact for Skill and within EU, but I don't know how much they're known on all of the levels. So I think everybody from each side can contribute to this, because at one point we can really we are having problems in finding skillful engineers. Some of them don't have prior experience because okay, maybe this is the first time something is happening, but then again, this communication with academia is, I think, extremely important. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Fun remark from you, Gerard?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, like Danica and Matti said, I mean, collaborating with universities when you are in breakthrough technologies, disruptive innovations is essential, obviously. But today we have, for us, I mean, at least I could see another matter that is essential, which is maturity, technology maturity. Growing very quickly to something that is going to be capable to be deployed at large scale, rapidly. And for that, I mean, we've launched a pilot program last year, and today this pilot program is funded by the customers. I mean, the customers are paying for it just to get the things, and we have difficulties getting funded, by the state, by Europe. I mean, we've got some funding from Europe, but some others could be funded by Europe to get pilot programs, in actual customer sites, in several, not, hundreds, I mean, but I mean, a few, 5 or 10 customer sites that are going to use the equipment so we can mature it very quickly, by seeing it, how it operates directly on site. I think those will be really valuable to do this and to speed up the maturity of those kind of technologies.
Thank you very much for your very interesting and good contributions here. I will leave the word to Alberto. I don't know if we have time for some questions.
Yes, I think that maybe if there is anyone from the audience that has to set some question, or this room is a little bit strange because I don't see the people. So some question, yes, please.
Yeah, it's me again. It's quite nicely to see that companies show progress in producing hydrogen and other products out of their technologies. I'm still wondering, how do you see the challenges to be faced with the gap to upgrade the hydrogen to the different qualities and make them available for the different final applications? So there is to my understanding, a huge there are not a huge, but there are technical challenges and also cost and GHG issues connected with the supply to the end user. Can you reflect a bit on that, even if you scale your technology?
Matti?
Yes. So what we are doing is that we are decarbonizing industry, or we are saying that we are decarbonizing also natural gas users. And typically, when we are talking about industrial users, they actually don't need that high quality hydrogen. They are well with a say 98, 99% of hydrogen, and that is something that we can easily do with our membrane systems. We don't even need PSAs for that one. Then actually this question is that, okay, where do you do need the high quality hydrogen is when you're using it in fuel cells. And this then actually leads to the question that, okay, do we need fuel cells? because the thing is that now also the normal reciprocating engines are able to take hydrogen, and the efficiency levels are actually approaching each other on those technologies and as well, and there the 98%, 99% hydrogen can be used. So I have had discussions in USA and Canada with several logistics companies that are developing technologies for that, and they actually have recently started to get more to the decision that, okay, they don't want to have the fuel cells, but they want to have in their trucks the engines and so forth, because those last percentages, they are super expensive, and also super expensive in terms of CO2 emissions, because they need lots of compression and so forth. So it actually doesn't pay off.
Gerard, do you want to add something or?
Yeah, very quickly. I totally agree with Matti. I mean, this is, purity of hydrogen is really a something that has came up because of technologies that we have been choosing so far. Okay, but when we look at what the market, is needing today, I mean, the industries are looking for decarbonizing the processes for already 10 years at least. Okay, and today the solutions are not economically viable. So having solutions where you can provide a cost competitive hydrogen directly on site is going to make a difference. And for this, we have to have a mature technology in order to deploy quickly.
So thank you, Gerard, for the brief answer. So now I have to close the session this morning. So I think we have time also in the lunch break to really discuss between us and be closer than here. Thank you very much.
Yes, we will resume at 1:30.
Okay. Good afternoon now. I hope that you had enjoyed lunch. And I am very happy to open the second session of the workshop that is mainly related to the synergies between the hydrogen and the biomass technologies. And I think that this is a good opportunity for all of us to identify where are the the potential synergies. Today in the morning we had already some insights on the possible synergies as a hydrogen and biomass technologies can interact to obtain the minimum harvesting of resources like CO2 and better utilization and valorization of carbon dioxide, of the carbon, biogenic carbon, as well as minimize the cost of the hydrogen that can be obtained and the cost of the final fuels. I am happy to moderate this second session together with Eric van der Houwel, correct? Okay, and just a brief introduction. My name is Alberto Giaconia. I am basically a chemical engineer researcher at ENEA. ENEA is the Italian National Agency for New Technologies, Energies, and Sustainable Economic Development. And I am the head of the hydrogen laboratory, the hydrogen and new energy carriers at ENEA. And at the same time, I am Italian delegate in the executive committee of the hydrogen TCP of the International Energy Agency. In the same time, in this task, in this TCP, I am also managing the task 45 on renewable hydrogen production, as I have presented this morning. And also in my background, I have some experience on the conversion of biomass, and mainly we are working on several projects in ENEA for the conversion of biomass to hydrogen, and also on the use of hydrogen for the production of e-fuels. Personally, I have been working, and I am still managing some European and national projects. Some are on a high temperature steam electrolysis using solid oxide electrolyzers, as well as we are developing some electrified steam reforming technologies for the conversion of biomethane or biogas to hydrogen. And we think this can be a good solution also to combine power with chemical processing for hydrogen production with non-electrochemical technologies. We are also developing a technology to gasify biomass with hydrogen. This is a kind of a hydrogasification, and this is a way still to produce e-fuels and to best valorize the carbon content, the carbon contained in the biomass, in the solid biomass. And so that's all from my side. I am happy to give the floor to Eric.
Thank you very much, Alberto. I'm also very pleased to act as moderator in this session and to give you a brief introduction of who I am. I'm Erik van der Heuvel, based in the Netherlands. We have a strategic consultancy firm, strategic advisory firm in the field of biobased circular economy. We assist many clients in their journey to a fossil-free, climate-neutral context, and try to help them actually in navigating and understanding this policy and regulatory landscape, and what kind of innovation challenges are ahead of them. Next to that, I'm managing the Netherlands Knowledge and Innovation Platform for renewable fuels. But here today, I am as technical coordinator of the IEA Bioenergy TCP. That's a role that always has been, let's say, provided by Luc Pelkmans. You may know him. He did that the last 9 years, and I stepped in and took the role as of January this year, and I'm very pleased and honored for that. And as such, I like to contribute, like in this moderation session.
Okay. So thank you, Eric. And let's say we can start without losing more time, because I think we have a very exciting discussion now. And I will start with introducing the speakers. We have 5 speakers in the session, and then we will conclude the session with an open discussion with the panelists. So first speaker is Axel Funke from KIT, Germany, that will introduce. I ask Axel to first introduce yourself first and your background, and then you have a presentation. I ask you to keep that in, let's say, 15 minutes, also to give the possibility for the audience to make questions and comments. So thank you, Axel. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Alberto. My name is Axel Funke. I'm from Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, and I'm principal investigator for pyrolysis at KIT. And my background is that of a chemical engineer. I'm also leading Task 34 as one of my roles within the IEA Bioenergy, and that is also what I'll be presenting today, is the work within IEA Bioenergy. And that's largely around the uptake of hydrogen in bio-based processes. So we're kind of shifting to opposing sides, and I'd like to give a note on this, since this has not been specifically mentioned today. So they're kind of contradicting. It certainly doesn't make sense to produce hydrogen from biomass and then use it in bio-based value chains. But Joachim and I, we have been closely working together in the project. And the reason being is that there are certainly specific circumstances where one or the other makes sense, but certainly not and. Just to be clear about this in this field, that we are pretty much aware of this. So what we have been doing was gathering case studies of bio-based value chains that feature the use of hydrogen, both existing and concepts. So we are spanning here TRL from 2 to 9. With this case studies, we're spanning almost all relevant biomass valorization pathways, and thus featuring a variety of different hydrogen uptakes. 10 case studies have been collected, just to give you an idea, in a report and evaluated. For today, I will give you a more aggregated overview with a focus on the fundamental characteristics. I'd like to start off with distinguishing the way hydrogen is being taken up in biomass conversion processes. Very simple, but I think it's extremely important to be aware of this, understand this. So we can, or there are processes that use hydrogen during their conversion process to adjust product qualities. And I refer to this as type 1 hydrogen uptake. And in this case, hydrogen is needed in biomass conversion processes. So there's not really a choice, do we do this or not? We need it. So a very prominent example is hydro-treated vegetable oils, so biodiesel, generally speaking, where hydrogen is needed. Another possibility, and this was mentioned this morning as well, is to make use of the off-gases and to activate, for example, CO2. To then gather byproducts. And clearly this is an option. So we don't have to use hydrogen here, but we can, and it does create synergies, and that's something to be discussed today. Also, this kind of use more reflects storage of hydrogen in carbon-based energy carriers. The same holds true for type 1, but since type 1 is not really optional, we have to do this. I'd rather see type 2 as something that really resembles a storage possibility for hydrogen. this morning, there was also a very strong comment made towards e-biofuels. I like this a lot, so from Paul. Depending on the process scheme, this can be either one or two. So if you have a syngas and you improve the CO2 hydrogen ratio by adding hydrogen, this can be sort of both. And we do have a case study on this as well. But this is, I think, a very special case, very interesting case as well. That has both characteristics. So if we look at the totality of the different case studies, there are 4 larger fields of benefits that have been identified. And first of all, which is kind of obvious, is if you have an existing infrastructure on site, you integrate power-based hydrogen, by, for example, hydrolysis. You can make use of existing infrastructure, and then by producing a carbon-based energy carrier, of course, you can have easier storage or use existing infrastructure for that. Second, you can integrate with a biomass conversion process, and that actually also makes sense if you use the CO2, as mentioned this morning. So you can have very high CO2 concentrations in the different processes. So, for example, during ethanol fermentation, you essentially produce pure CO2 with a very high concentration. With biogas, roughly 50-50 or 50% CO2. So it's very high concentrations, and that's certainly a synergy that can and should be tapped. Next to this, if you operate a biochemical process and you add a biochemical process to make use of the CO2 for methanation, for example, we have examples on that as well. Then you don't need to really adjust or separate the CO2 for realizing this. Then, as mentioned this morning, if hydrogen is added to bio-based value chains, the carbon efficiency can be increased, and by this it improves the biogenic carbon and the final products. And last but not least, might be argued whether this is a true synergy, but if we want to do BECU, not BECS, but BECU, so using the carbon from the biogenic carbon dioxide, then we have to have hydrogen again. So if we try to map these different synergies here in the columns, we can adjust them to different, let's say, technical challenges. And the first is replacing hydrogen in existing processes. That certainly doesn't really require technical effort because the hydrogen infrastructure exists. It's just a matter of source. But then, of course, the synergies that can be tapped are less because we don't create such an impact anymore. Then we can improve existing processes, existing bio-based processes, I should detail here. And then we already start spanning the various fields of synergies. And then, of course, we have new process concepts that do not exist, or at least not in hardware today. And these also span the whole field of synergies. There's different technical barriers associated to this, which is easy to understand, but important in this context. I mapped loosely the different case studies without framing them, naming them specifically, but you see that they span a wide variety of these different technical barriers and also the whole field of synergies. So I think we achieved quite a good coverage here. Now, if we want to have a look at KPIs to assess the different pathways, Joachim already mentioned this morning. We had a look at the EU Joint Hydrogen Undertaking and their KPIs. This primarily makes sense if we see this as means to store hydrogen, and then we can compare them to those KPIs that have been developed for the storage. I've been saying this already. However, this, of course, is only for the hydrogen and not for the biomass because it's from a different group with a different focus. So if we do this, there are essentially 2 parameters And the first is the energy demand of the storage of hydrogen. And we a benchmark of 12 to 20 kilowatt hours per kilogram hydrogen recovered have been stated. So if we compare the compression of hydrogen, storage and transport and hydrogen use to a methanation step, then with the methane transport and storage and the production of hydrogen at the end again. We compared this to methane, steam reforming, a state-of-the-art hydrogen production. There are certainly other ways to do so, as we learned today very impressively as well. So looking at different figures, we see that methanation energy demand and the minimum energy demand for steam reforming. We see that we end up within the ballpark of what is anticipated for hydrogen, but these are textbook figures. So this is not from a specific case. I have to really mention this here, and it needs to be decided case by case. The first or the message here is we're not way off. Well, we could be within the ballpark, might be slightly higher, and then it depends on the synergies created whether it makes sense or not. And this, I should also mention, this works. This KPI works because the energy content is quite clear. The next is the liquefaction cost, and then it becomes a bit more difficult whether this KPI really holds relevance for these for the synergies between hydrogen and bio-based value chains. Same comparison as before. Try to collect some figures here of what the production cost can be, and so that leaves around about €1, a little less per kilogram of production cost. So it's a reverse calculation for methane from the local biomass source. Now that doesn't tell us really whether it's economic or not, but certainly translates into a benchmark for this integration. However, there's no co-benefits in this figure. So as can be clearly seen, we also produce CO2 in a central source. So most likely the biomass conversion will be decentralized. But we don't only transport the hydrogen, we also transport the carbon. And if that cannot be stored decentralized, then it could be captured and stored at the site of the steam reforming, which is also a very nice co-benefit. And this is not included in this calculation. So that's why we personally evaluate this KPI to be too limited to really compare the different process routes. So to sum up this view, first of all, if we do use hydrogen and bio-based value chains, we almost always have the characteristic of a storage for the hydrogen, which is quite relevant for future energy systems. We distinguish between two different types of hydrogen use in biomass conversion, the first being required to achieve the quality biofuels we have today. And the second is a option that can be used to activate CO2. And then the economic details tell us whether this makes sense or not. And we do regard the KPIs to be largely, at least for storage, largely consistent, whereas for the economics, we do see some improvement to assess these value chains. Yeah, thank you very much for your attention, and I'm open for any questions.
Okay, Axel, thank you. Thanks a lot for good presentation. And first, I would ask the floor, the audience, if you have questions, comments, curiosities regarding this presentation. Okay, Alberto.
Yes, very interesting the benchmarking for hydrogen transport that I think is final. But you are also only consider methanation for transport of hydrogen in form of, I understand, natural gas, so liquid methane or methane. But do you see any difference, for instance, if you use methanol, for instance, or instead of methane for the cost of transport?
Yeah, of course, this is being actively discussed. I see ethanol as being pushed much further towards hydrogen carrier, energy carrier with a hydrogen transportation characteristic, and there's even pilots being developed for or also demonstrated for this. So ethanol, which is unsurprisingly pushed by Brazilian stakeholders a lot. Methanol is also very interesting. We've chosen methane here as so to say, as a benchmark simply because we have quite a good wealth of figures around steam reforming and associated efficiencies and cost.
Okay, thank you. More questions? Axel, you just a clarification. You said that you showed a kind of let's say development pathway, like a roadmap, and starting for the replacement of hydrogen in existing processes. Can you make one example where we think we are ready today to apply this this kind of synergy?
Yeah, we have one specific case study, that's a TRL9 case study from Brazil, where power from a local hydro dam is used to produce hydrogen that is then used to replace gray, whatever, fossil-based hydrogen to produce HVOs, so hydrotreated vegetable oil. And that's one prominent example, and I guess the easiest to go forward. It's merely the source of the hydrogen and no technical changes needed inside.
Yeah, indeed, I see that in several, let's say, national or international strategies for the deployment of hydrogen technologies, the first step for sure is to replace gray hydrogen with green hydrogen. And of course, this is the first step that is not really effortless. I mean, in terms of the installation of renewable power. So I think this can be a way to show in a concrete cases this kind of application, and like for example in biorefineries, just having or in actual refineries to use hydrogen, green hydrogen from electrolysis to enhance the biofuels or or methane production. This can be already something that can be done today, and I see there are some projects that are being developed right now in this context.
Sorry, I'd also like to mention that even for the next step, adapting existing processes, we do see at least demo scale intentions. There are companies, especially specifically in the field of biogas production, that do develop technologies and demonstrate it both biochemically and chemically to produce or to methanate the CO2 contained in the biogas. So that's also quite an advanced, or comparably advanced technology.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Axel. And if we do not have more questions, Eric?
Thank you. Then in that case, we go to the next speaker, and I invite Martin Junginger from the Utrecht University to give some information about the studies that have been carried out on the environmental and climate impacts of biomass-based hydrogen and advanced biofuels production chains, and clarify what are the trade-offs and synergies. Martin, please go ahead. Can you put on your mic?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much, Eric, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm a professor of bio-based economy
at Utrecht University, and also since a month the scientific director of the Copernicus Institute of Sustainable Development at Utrecht University. But I have a long history with IEA Bioenergy. Actually, I think I came first time in this building 20 years ago or so, in 2006 it must have been, as the secretary of Task 40, and I've been leading between 2012 and 2018 the Task 40 from the IEA Bioenergy TCP on biomass trade. After that, I actually had planned to abandon IEA Bioenergy, but they had different plans for me and have been pulling me back in over and over again. So when 3 years ago there was this project about synergies between hydrogen and biomass, I thought this would actually be a very nice idea, because I had plans to get a PhD on this topic, on the environmental impacts of producing hydrogen and or using hydrogen for biomass. Unfortunately, that PhD student never materialized, but I was still work package leader of this program on investigating the environmental and climate impacts of biomass, hydrogen from biomass, or using biomass for hydrogen for biomass. So we had to come up with a plan. So I should first give credit to a number of people here on the slide. We came up actually with a solution involving several universities and involving master thesis students to do part of the work. So Victor, Kirti, Angel have all been master students under my and Miguel's and Liana's supervision, actually doing large part of the work. And last but not least, Richard Paddy, postdoc in our group, he was able to bring it then all together into a synthesis, which I'm going to present now. I have to apologize a little bit, because more or less a similar presentation was given by Richard a week ago during the webinar. So those of you who have seen the webinar, you will recognize a number of the slides, but I hope I will be able to make a few different nuances than Richard did. In the study, we did a lot of work, so I will only be able to focus on global warming potential, but we also investigated other impact categories. And so I hope, yeah, we will have some time, if you're interested, to also look into the others. So you heard a lot from Axel and from Joachim, and also from other earlier speakers before, about the cost and economic and techno-economic performance of producing hydrogen from biomass or using electrolytic hydrogen to enhance biofuels. But we were really asking the questions of which biofuel systems are process level synergies most effective in enhance the sustainable production of biofuels and biohydrogen. Obviously, how do the individual biofuels, and we investigated a couple of them, and the biohydrogen compare to the fossil equivalents and to PEM electrolytic hydrogen? And last but not least, also, even though LCA is typically a study looking at a specific system and a specific value chain, we try to at least investigate to some extent how these value chains would perform under different geographies and electricity mixes. So I'm going to come back to answer these research questions also in the next couple of slides. I only have one slide on the actual systems that we investigated. In the slides that will be shared with you later on, there will be many more explaining the exact details, and some of them are actually also based on the processes that we've heard, I think, earlier today. But here I would just want to stay on a very high level so that we have more time for the results. So we investigated 3 different systems. One was HTL, so basically producing wood chips as a feedstock, and we used, I'm comparing here everything because these systems all used wood chips as raw feedstock, and I should say we used really the assumption that it was waste material, so basically thinnings or tops of trees that were left over anyway, so there's no land use allocated and also no dedicated crops or whatsoever. And basically all these 3 different routes use wood chips as an input. And then we took, as I said, the HCl route to either produce a biocrude, which was equivalent to, let's say, a diesel, which could be used in chip engines using some electrolytic hydrogen, or to produce a double product biocrude and synthetic methanol, again, also using electrolytic hydrogen. The second route, the main output is biomethanol, and there we actually were able to compare 3 different routes. First of all, a gasification route based on Torgas, one of the partners also in the Synergies project, and their technology. So they were also one of the host organizations for our students to look at the production of biomethanol traditionally from biomass without any electrolytic hydrogen. And then we compared that with 2 routes. One with a two-stage gasification pathway where we actually add additional electrolytic hydrogen, and we model the third route again based on HTL, and then going on to methanol with the addition of electric hydrogen. And last but not least, of course, we also looked at the production of biohydrogen. We took into account two biomass routes only, so pyrolysis gasification and two-stage gasification, again based on two partners in the project. I should emphasize at this point that the results I'm going to show should by no means seen as the performance by these companies, right? So we took their data to a certain extent, but we modified it. We used different feedstocks. We used different assumptions. So we actually were very happy to get input data from them, foreground data, which was very, very difficult for this project, but by no means this should be taken as the performance of these technologies. And last but not least, from literature, we also just took the modeled impacts from PEM electrolyzer with green electricity. You can do LCA without some methodological points raising that as well. So we took a consequential LCA approach, meaning that we really looked not so much at existing systems, but really at new systems and what would change if you would implement these systems. So we took an approach where we assumed that these things would be marginal additions, meaning that we looked at marginal electricity production. We looked at Western Europe, at least in the starting point, and we tried to assume what would be possible by 2030. The functional unit was very difficult because we're comparing really apples and oranges here, but we basically defined it as 1 gigajoule of fuel. So it could be a gigajoule of methanol, of biocrude, or biohydrogen. We used as much as possible foreground data from the partners. That was really sometimes a struggle. In some cases, we really had to push. The students had a hard time, but we often were able to at least get some real data, had to make some assumptions based on literature, did some process modeling, and for the background data, we just used the standard EcoInvent data set in CIMA Pro. And we, because of the limited time, the students had focused on 3 impact categories: global warming. We also looked at terrestrial acidification and freshwater eutrophication, but in the interest of time, in this presentation, I will only show, except for the last slide, the global warming potential. And just one more slide on the key assumptions. So again, we assume that woody biomass from forest residues was the main feedstock. That is a very important assumption because it means that there was no large impacts due to dedicated crop production, for example, and also very, very little land use related to that. And also the basically transport was assumed to take place, I think, in Scandinavia or Estonia, and then basically relatively nearby the conversion would take place. So also transport did not play a major role. In many of the processes, there are byproducts, for example, biochar or wood ash or biocrude in one specific case. And there we assumed basically a substitution approach. So basically assuming that, for example, biochar would substitute pulverized coal 1-on-1, these kind of things, or that wood ash could be used as a fertilizer displacement. And also very important, we were able to get data from Image Timer, a global integrated assessment model, which gave us actually assumptions on the share of renewables in the major world regions, the EU, but also the USA, Brazil, India, China, South Africa, and a few others. What we did assume was not so much the average mix in these years, but actually the addition. So basically what's added between 2020 and 2030, because we would assume that those would be the relevant electricity sources for the green hydrogen production or for any electricity needed in any of those processes, which is a very important assumption. And in the case of the EU, this boils down to a mix of more than 90% renewables, solar and wind. So this is already, and this is important when you interpret the results, it's already a fairly clean mix. It doesn't get much cleaner than that, more than 90%. Those were the methodological aspects. Now finally into the results. So again, we had these 3 major routes. The first one was a advanced biocrude route through so biocrude displacing fossil diesel equivalent for shipping fuels. The first one was a biocrude route only, where we added additional electrolytic hydrogen. And what you see on the left is that actually the feedstock production has a minor share, and actually already here you see that the largest part of the global warming potential comes through the production of green hydrogen, which is then added in here to produce to upgrade the biocrude. If you produce additional methanol, you will need additional hydrogen. you will produce more fuels, more gigajoules, but as you can see, there is some trade-off. Again, this presentation was about trade-off. So overall, per gigajoule of produced fuel, we actually see a higher footprint of about 31 kilograms of CO2 per gigajoule of fuel produced. Obviously, these are still better than the equivalent fossil fuel routes, but you can see that the left bar, so the conventional biodiesel R1 route, has an emission of around 80 compared to 22. That's a 75% reduction. That's a lot. The second route actually performs less well because actually the reference is 60 and the biocrude and methanol together would have an emission of 30. So then we're only talking about roughly half of the fossil equivalent. So again, also here you can see, depending on your system choices and what kind of, how much green hydrogen you use, there may be quite significant differences. Moving on to the methanol production, again, here we see on the very left-hand side the, I would say, classic gasification biomethanol route, which has been investigated for many years. And here you see that basically you need very just the steel and a little bit of biomass feedstock. So here the impacts, again, under the assumption that you're using waste biomass, are very, very low. It has only 15 kilograms of CO2 equivalent. And then we compared it to two routes where additional hydrogen is added either through the gasification process or the synthetic methanol process. And again, we see here that the addition of hydrogen, even under a relatively clean electricity mix, under the line, when you sum it all up, adds to the greenhouse gas footprint per gigajoule. But again, this is a trade-off. On the one hand side, you have a slightly higher greenhouse gas footprint. On the other hand, you produce much more fuel from your carbon. Your carbon efficiency is dramatically increased. So again, it really depends on what you're after. And also here, the key message is that ultimately, compared to conventional fossil-based methanol, all these routes obviously perform quite well. Last but not least, the hydrogen routes. The one perhaps I was most interested after, because I had not thought of this 3 years ago. And when I was first offered this leadership of this work package, I would say, why would one ever want to produce hydrogen from biomass, right? We have electrolysis for that. But actually what you can see from these assessments we did here is that the waste-based biomass routes producing hydrogen only are actually performing not bad compared to PEM-based hydrogen from renewable electricity, or 90% renewable electricity. In fact, there are about half the carbon footprint compared to the PEM-based hydrogen. Again, this is under the quite stringent assumption that you have basically no impact biomass. But then again, also the electricity case is not particularly pessimistic, because we're using already 90% renewable electricity. Of course, all of these are still better than conventional fossil-based hydrogen, but I think this clearly shows that using biomass in specific cases for hydrogen production can actually have a lot of merit from the greenhouse gas perspective. Now, what I've just said is obviously only one impact category under one specific setting. We did actually a lot of sensitivity analysis. For time reasons, I'm only going to show one slide. So again, I should emphasize that we looked at the marginal mix. So also the marginal mix in South Africa and India is relatively clean. You might think, South Africa, how can that be? Because they have a lot of coal, but of course that's the current average mix. But also there we see a lot of clean additions, and we looked here at the additions. So if we investigate those different routes, and I just suggest to focus on the graph rather than on the text, you can see that in most world regions, all our conversion routes are performing better than the fossil benchmark. The exception may be China, where 2 or 3 routes are actually hitting the wall. So with the relatively dirty still marginal electricity mix by 2030, already some of those routes might not make greenhouse gas sense, right? So in that sense, you're putting the electricity you're putting is so dirty that adding hydrogen actually makes things worse than the fossil counterpart to start with. So this is, I think, also an important point to notice. Last but not least, an LCA you can always twist and turn how you want, and I just showed, because of the time reasons, the results for greenhouse gas for global warming potential. But The final message I would like to give here is that there is actually no clear winner. So I mentioned that especially the gasification-based routes for methanol and for hydrogen perform quite well from the greenhouse gas perspective. That's the gray triangle, which you see on the one in this big triangle. But when we look at, for example, terrestrial acidification, for reasons I will not go into detail for time, it actually performs one of the worst. And for freshwater, again, it's a complex picture. So be aware that it really depends on whether you want to focus on global warming only or whether you actually want to look at a holistic picture of overall impacts that are linked to these different production routes. Overall, final slide. Again, I think one of the key messages I want to convey here is that the high electricity demand and the carbon footprint of the electricity can really be deal makers or deal breakers, right? They are really important for obviously for the green hydrogen, but also for many of the routes of the biomass routes, which produce these biosyn fuels, right, which utilize the carbon in the biomass and then upgrade it with hydrogen. I think it's also important, again, to look at the other impact categories. And perhaps a few more points. We did not include CO2 capture. So in many of the routes, there is also biogenic CO2 produced. In some of them, we assumed utilization. So CCU was included, but we never included CCS. We discussed that with the partners, but they said at the scale at that they're currently operating, CCS is just not economically feasible. However, if you were to scale these really up to a, let's say, 100 or more megawatt scale, then obviously CCS could become a reality, and then you could actually have a number of pathways significantly improving their carbon footprint, obviously. I would also like to emphasize again that LCA is a value chain approach, so it's not a system assessment. And this trade-off between quality and quantity, I think, is crucial. If you are after the cleanest hydrogen, then actually biomass make a lot of sense. If you are living in a carbon-constrained world and you want to get the maximum out of your biomass, biogenic carbon, then you have to make sure that you use an electricity mix as clean as possible, but then actually adding the electrolytic hydrogen can make a lot of sense. I could go on for ages, but I think I'm well over time. So just as a very final remark, the current results are under review at Biomass and Bioenergy. If you're interested in more, drop me a line. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Martin. That was very insightful and to some perhaps also quite surprising results. I want to check if there are some questions from the audience. Ilka, please.
Yeah, so just on the high carbon footprint of the PEM electrolyzer, you said that you had the assumption of 90% renewables, rest is coal or gas, or what was the balance?
Microphone.
Probably, I don't know the exact numbers. They're actually in one of the backup slides, some natural gas and a very, very small amount of coal, if any, because it's very doubtful under these model assumptions that any coal will be added till 2030.
Yeah, I mean, the consequential approach, I mean, we share the same view that we should not use the average mix, but see what the additions will be for creating new electricity demand, what is the likely generation method that will supply that demand, and renewables being the cheapest form of building new electricity generation capacity in most parts of the world. I think it's a fair assumption that this new demand will be covered by renewables. That's actually how we approach it. But it's still interesting. We always are a little bit shocked to see how clean the electricity needs to be to really to produce very low carbon hydrogen from electrolysis.
I see also a question by Paulo.
Well, it's elaborating on what Ilka just said, and apologies for missing part of the talk. It's about this cleanness of the electricity mix. And there is one part which is the additional mix, but the other things are also regional specificities of where this is located, and to argue that maybe a country mix is not the best emission factor characterizing. Would it not make sense, and maybe you have done it, just to do some sensitivity analysis and then do other scenarios where they say, look, but what happens if the mix is much cleaner?
Yes.
Then of course you are in a very different situation.
Yes. we've done. So basically, the one graph I showed you, you had a variety of relatively clean mixes for just for the exemplary purposes. We also put a mix with 0.2 and 0.4, I guess, grams per of CO2 per kilowatt hour. That must be, then they really go through the roof, right? But that's not realistic. Those won't be, I think, hopefully marginal electricity mixes. We also could make a mix with 0 grams, even though that's also rather hypothetical. But there is just also the amount of materials you have to put into the electrolyzer, etc. I should point out that we used a peer-reviewed paper from my own group for the PEM electrolyzer on the LCA, but obviously there's also an uncertainty there. So we used one paper as a reference for all of these studies. But of course, these PEM electrolyzers will also be scaled up, may also become cheaper and more environmental friendly in terms of materials. So also there is some uncertainty, of course.
Thank you. I would like to close this presentation with thanks for the questions and thanks for the answers to it. I would like to hand over to Alberto again.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Let's go to the next speaker, Juan Gonzalez. And that is next talk is about the production of SAF, sustainable aviation fuels, and e-methanol from biogas. I think it is really very, very relevant to the workshop. Thank you, Juan. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So a brief introduction about myself. My name is Juan María González Carballo. I'm a senior researcher at the Iberian Center for Research in Energy Storage, and the focus of my work is the development of heterogeneous catalysis for the production of chemical and synthetic fuels. I will briefly introduce the center. It's a brand new one, so I will dedicate a couple of slides to talk a bit about it and give you the opportunity to start to know ourselves. Then I will talk about the relevance of methanol and sustainable aviation fuel production. And finally, we'll briefly describe the concept of biomethane, biogas into these liquid fuels. I will talk a bit about the different stages, and at the end, just a couple of key messages or probably questions that will need to be solved to in order to understand, the options and how to proceed with them. So the Iberian Center for Research in Energy Storage is located at the southwest of Spain, and it is an initiative between the Portuguese and Spanish government. It was established in 2022, and in the last 3 years, we have grown up to 100 researchers at the moment. We are temporarily located at the regional university, and what you can see at the top right view of the slide is the vision of how the complex will look like according to the plans by the end of this year or spring 2026. There will be 3 main buildings, the one in the middle dedicated to laboratory, to do research, and where the offices of the staff will be located. At the bottom, this is the building of pilot plants. I will talk about the structure of the center later, but the plan there is to locate different plants, pilot plants related to energy storage research, one of them dedicated to hydrogen and power to X. And then at the top right, there will be another building to serve as an open space for companies, small startups, and SMEs to come there and locate, and not only offer them the space, but also to be in close contact with the research. This is a structure of the center. 3 main departments focus on research on electricity and thermal energy storage. The one I belong to, the last one, is the hydrogen and power to X. And then, as I said, we have a pilot plant department looking into developing different pilot plants, one of them hydrogen and power to X, which I will explain briefly on the next slide. And then also what we call a team of researchers working on cross-cutting or transversal research lines to understand other aspects such as techno-economic and cycle analysis, regulatory, but also performing simulation and modeling, both at atomistic and CFD levels, as well as prototyping the research. This is a scheme of the hydrogen and pilot plant, hydrogen and power to X pilot plant. It will have 2 modules for hydrogen production, both at high and low temperature. another unit to capture the CO2 directly from the air, and both feedstocks will be used to feed a methanol synthesis reactor, in the case of hydrogen also an ammonia synthesis reactor. This infrastructure is not going to be only to scale up the technologies which are developed within the center, but also to serve as an infrastructure for third parties to come and test technology there. For instance, company X developing a new electrolyzer who want to test under continuous working conditions will have the possibility to come and install there. Or, for instance, companies working on direct air capture which are developing a new absorbent materials. We have also the opportunity to come and test the materials at the facilities. Why methanol? So I will start actually, talking about methanol not from the energy perspective, but as a chemical itself. It's a very important platform chemical. It's actually not only used as an energy carrier, but also as a feedstock for the plastic industry, for instance. It's a building block for many derivatives. But looking into the overall production of methanol worldwide, approximately a third of it is used as a fuel or as an energy source. It can be used directly, but also to produce other derivatives such as the methyl ether or methyl ether. And in the recent years, it's gaining a lot of attraction as a fuel for the maritime sector, and also it can be used as an intermediate for the production of SAF. Why is gaining interest in these two sectors? Because they are hard to abate. They need fuels with a very high energy density, and at the moment. Technically, the alternatives to kerosene, for instance, is there are no real alternatives to that. So as we are aiming to move away from fossil fuel consumption, it's expected that the methanol demand is going to increase. In terms of SAF, so they are seen as a solution to reduce the carbon impact of the sector. And the use of SAF actually can achieve up to 80% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, depending, of course, on the feedstocks that are used. And the Refuel EU Aviation Initiative has established a SAF mandate for all flights departing from EU airports. And the agreement between the EU Council and the EU Parliament established that the flights must start adopting or using SAF this year, actually from a percentage of 2%, and increasing, achieving values up to 70% by 2050. At the moment, there are 11 processes which are certified to produce SAF, and there are currently 11 under evaluation. And in the end, what is the challenge at the moment is that the current SAF production is insufficient. It's not enough to meet those demands. In order to build a supply and sustainable to build a sustainable supply chain of SAF, we need to look into different aspects, and one of them is actually feedstock eligibility and also availability. Biomethane, the production of biomethane is a mature technology, and although has been seen in the last years, to replace the natural gas, it could be also interesting to explore the potential that it could have as a feedstock for methanol or SAF production for these sectors. Actually, from the 11 conversion processes that I mentioned, there are 2 of them use natural gas as a feedstock. Okay, this is a very generic scheme of the production of methanol and SAF from biogas. The first step, on the concept is refining, is upgrading, cleaning the biogas. The speaker from Técnicas Reunidas before mentioned about the importance of removing contaminants, especially sulfur and ammonia or nitrogen-containing compounds can poison catalysts. So it's definitely key to remove these impurities or reduce to incredibly low levels. ppms, ppb levels of these contaminants really kill the catalyst. And the other aspect is that they could also access the composition of the fuels. So where the restriction or the limits of those contaminants must be very low. So when we obtain the effluent, let's call it clean effluent of methane and CO2. CO2 could be removed. That might depend on the next stage towards the syngas production. But that CO2 can be used for other purposes. But also, as the previous speaker was talking about, we can also use hydrogen to hydrogenate CO2 and convert it into methane, which can be also used for the subsequent stages. There are different technologies to do the cleaning, and of course the use of one of the others will depend on the on aspects such as the biogas feedstock and the effluent gas that we aim to go through the next stage. Methane reforming is the production of hydrogen and syngas. Steam reforming is the process which is currently used in other fuel synthesis processes to obtain the syngas. But there are others under development at different levels of matureness. One of them is the dry reforming, in which it doesn't use the steam, but it uses CO2. The main disadvantage of this stage is that the catalyst suffer from severe deactivation due to the formation of coke. And then there are other combinations of using steam and CO2 to do the reforming, and including as well the presence of oxygen. The advantage that the steam of oxygen containing or fat processes have is that they help to remove the coke which is produced on the surface of the catalyst, extending the lifetime of it. The last stage of in the scheme is the synthesis itself. So from syngas there are several options at the moment, again, and the different stage of matureness, including biological or even technology using for photocatalysis. But I'm going to focus on methanol and Fischer-Tropsch synthesis, which are probably the more mature ones. Methanol synthesis, as well as Fischer-Tropsch, is a commercial process. I mean, they have been traditionally utilizing CO instead of CO2. And then the challenge here would be to understand how the scale of these technologies can meet or the biogas production. So there was a speaker in the session earlier today talking about the scales. So potentially we can use current existing refineries to be retrofitted and be coupled to these technologies. However, it's important to balance between the size of the current infrastructure and this new which are under development to see if they meet or not. So as a key messages, from the slides, so there is definitely an opportunity for biogas and biomethane to be used as a feedstock for liquid fuel production. To be used in the transport sector, especially for these two sectors, which are hard to decarbonize and also to defossilize, of course. However, so far, this hasn't. I think we haven't been looking too much into it, since the biomethane can really replace the natural gas to be used for electricity generation, heating, cooking, or transport. As a key question aspects that we will need to be looking into is, the balance between utilizing existing infrastructure and building new ones. Biomethane could potentially be injected directly into the natural gas grid. So that's really advantageous in it avoids or reduce the capital investment needed to build new plants. However, as I said, we will need to understand, how can new infrastructure and those that we currently have can fit each other. And then the other aspect, there could be others, but other aspect that we would need to look into is about the geographic location of biogenic carbon sources. Where to and the fuel production facility. Where do we need to locate those? Those plants. Can we deploy small scale GTL facilities? Close to biogenic carbon sources, or can we operate, as I said, biogenic carbon sources in more decentralized way get that biomethane injected into the natural gas grid, and then that fed towards a more centralized fuel synthesis or liquid fuel production. Yep. And that's me. So thank you for listening, and yeah, I'm happy to comment and ask any questions you might have.
Oh, thank you, Juan. Very, very interesting. Any question from the audience? We have time for questions. Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. The process diagram itself, maybe we can leave this discussion more detailed for a coffee break, but I was a little bit wondering why you had a methanation part of the process if it's followed by methane reforming. And in the FT option, I didn't see any reverse water gas shift being mentioned for the FT. Is this something that you physically have in the you just didn't mention? But the real question I think that I had is what you just said on last sentence or second last, kind of how do you see between doing everything bio, so you take the whole process equipment, maybe new, go close to where the biogas exists, and you probably are limited by scale to do this conversion, or then keep existing, equipment, reformers, and then just start injecting biomethane into the natural gas network and kind of partially decarbonize the existing systems through that. Or then you just completely kind of do a separation of the physical product and its environmental attributes with some kind of guarantees of origin or something, and just kind of use those kind of systems to decarbonize your existing production. So I think there's at least three ways, very different, to achieve this. How do you see, are there some benefits in this type of system that you're proposing, which is fully based on also 100% biomethane molecules, let's say, and not through injection or just some kind of guarantees of origin type of approach?
Thanks for the question. Well, I mean, make clear that this is not a project or a technology we are trying to develop, and just is explaining, the concept of, how SAF or methanol can be produced from biomethane. As I said, there are two other aspects that need to be taken into account. So not only looking into the technology which is feasible, but also looking into economic and life cycle analysis. As I said, building a sustainable supply chain for this target products is challenging, and we will need to diversify the feedstock that we need for that. So I mean, at the moment, the SAF production is mostly through HEFA, and I think there is a consensus in which this is not enough. So meanwhile, technology such as CO2, using CO2 as a feedstock to produce this fuel is, at a certain maturity level, I think there's possibility to look into other options. You mentioned also about why I'm including CO2 methanation. I haven't included reverse water gas shift. Was that the comment?
Yeah, I think we need coffee for that.
Okay. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, more questions, comments, curiosities? Yeah, please.
I have a question. You kind of mentioned this at the end of your presentation and a bit in the last answer, but what technologies or process improvements do you see that could impact the scaling of these fuels for SAF?
In terms of SAF, as I said, so I think that the possibility of developing new catalysts for the direct conversion of CO2 could be a great breakthrough, right? Because at the moment it needs to go through two-stage process. Ika was mentioning reverse water gas shift, so that's the current or more mature process at the moment. You have the hydrogen and CO2 transform that into syngas, and then syngas goes through the to the well-known Fischer-Tropsch process or methanol synthesis. So in the case of Fischer-Tropsch, definitely developing new materials for the single-stage conversion, which could also apply for the methanol synthesis, of course. But in terms of methanol to SAF, that's a process which is not mature enough yet. It's currently under evaluation by the certification agency. So definitely as well, I'm bringing this probably to my research sector. So developing materials which are more active and much more selective to that range of hydrocarbon is definitely key, together with reactor engineering. Using, the process of the CO2, the CO2 conversion generates a lot of water in the process, and of course that water is not good for the lifetime of the catalyst. So some of the other collaborations we have at the moment is to developing new reactors, new designs, which allow the removal of the water from the system, allowing more catalyst lifetime.
One final comment from my side is, sorry, I would like to thank you very much. And we can see that the scheme, okay, from a chemical engineer from point of view, it's you showed a scheme with several blocks, including, let's say, methanation, and or maybe reverse water gas shift, steam reforming, and then methanol synthesis. And nearby you have the box of green hydrogen production. And you also mentioned, for example, it might be high temperature electrolysis. Do you think there are some possibilities of thermal integration of these boxes? I see there are just individual processing, but they can be integrated to have an optimized overall efficiency of the system.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be really key as well for the successful development and deployment of these technologies, especially when looking into the production of hydrogen at high temperature. So fuel synthesis is a isothermic process. So definitely the heat or energy which is released from those processes can be integrated with those requiring high temperatures, for instance, such as the SOEC technology for hydrogen production.
Okay, thank you. And I thank you, Hannah. And let's go to the next, Eric.
Thank you. So I invite Nadia Cerone from INEA in Italy to explain more about the biogenic CO2 valorization of biohydrogen for the production of e-fuels and biofuels, please.
Thank you. My name is Nadia Cerone. I'm a researcher of INEA, and I work in the field of the thermochemical processes for the conversion of biomass and waste into bioenergy, biofuel, and hydrogen. The aim of this presentation is to show the most recent INEA technologies on biofuels and e-fuels up to a TRL 5, corresponding to the validation of technologies at pilot scale. INEA has tested several gasification technologies, including downdraft, updraft, a fluidized bed gasifier, from lab scale to pilot scale. A key focus is the integration of the syngas cleaning and syngas upgrading with the green hydrogen production. This aspect is particularly important in the updraft gasification that has a high energy efficiency, about 19%, and a high operating flexibility, but also has produce a 20% up to a 20% of pyrolytic oil. In this picture, you can see Praga plant, a pilot plant based on a updraft gasification gasifier. It is based on a 200 thermal kilowatt reactor, and the nominal input of the gasifier is 30-35 kilogram per hour of feedstock, and it is operated slightly above atmospheric pressure. The cleaning section is composed by a biodiesel scrubber to remove most of organic and inorganic compounds, and two coalescer filters in series. We have also implemented a new section for the gas cleaning and for the reforming of the tar based on the a catalytic cracking reactor, as you can see on the in the picture on the right. This unit is composed by two chambers. One is filled with dolomite, and the second is filled with a nickel-based catalyst. Using this second route, the gasification, updraft gasification and tar reforming, the experimental results show a tar reduction of 99.5% and a hydrogen production of 89%. The syngas obtained from the gasification and the tar reforming can be used to produce liquid biofuels like methanol. However, the hydrogen content in the syngas is not sufficient to react with all CO and CO2 in the syngas. Starting from 1 kilogram of biomass, we can obtain 2.5 kilogram of syngas and a maximum production of 0.45 kilogram of methanol. However, with an integration of 128 grams of hydrogen, we can obtain 1.21 kilogram of methanol. In comparison, this same amount via Power to X route can reduce using only using 227 grams of hydrogen, reduce the hydrogen demand of 100. This is what we are doing in this new experimental rig that is based on a catalytic membrane reactor for the methanol production. In this unit, the production of methanol and water selective permeation occur simultaneously. The reaction, the catalyst is packed outside of the membrane where the reaction takes place, while the membrane continuously removes the water. This removal shifts the equilibrium and allow a higher yield of methanol. This, in this picture, we can see the catalytic reactor. It is a multitubular reactor composed of 6 shells, and each containing a coaxial zeolite membrane. Another activities for the production of methane is shown in this slide, starting from the biogenic CO2 and green hydrogen. This unit is composed by an electrolyzer to produce hydrogen and a methanation unit. This methanation section is a tubular fixed bed reactor with the 2 stages of catalytic beds, and it is designed to test different catalysts, reactors type, and process setups, producing up to 1-2 normal cubic meter per hour of hydrogen. Of methane, sorry. This methane is suitable for the injection in national gas grid. This slide shows the experimental results with using a nickel catalyst, a nickel-based catalyst, and ruthenium based catalyst. Data including the methanol yield, the bed temperature, and the CO2 conversion as a function of the pressure. The ruthenium-based catalysts show a higher methane selectivity and a complete CO2 conversion compared to the nickel-based catalysts. Another activity is for the kerosene production via Fischer-Tropsch synthesis, using an innovative bifunctional iron-based catalyst. In this unit, we have a bench scale reactor that works in a continuous mode with the 2 sequential reaction, the reverse water gas shift and the Fischer-Tropsch synthesis. The preliminary test of the preliminary result of the test show that it is possible to have higher hydrocarbon content typical of kerosene. The last activity is for the production of dimethyler, starting from CO2 and green hydrogen. In this new unit is based on a bifunctional catalyst. In the first step, the CO2 and hydrogen are converted into methanol using copper zinc catalyst, and this is followed by the conversion of methanol into dimethyl using acid catalysts like alumina and zeolite. We tested both acid catalysts, and the result and operating parameters are reported in this red box. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Nadia, for your overview of activities in ENEA. Are there any questions here in the audience? Yes, please, Ilka, go ahead.
So pleased to see also some activities on DME. Is there what would be you think the application for it? I mean, is there currently, I mean, there was some activities on using DME in trucks in Sweden 15 years ago. Volvo was interested in developing engines for DME. There was some supply project. It did not materialize, and I haven't heard for a while anything new on DME until this. So I was just wondering if there's some new interest on the end use side as well, or whether it's more like scientific interest.
Now it is only a preliminary activity, and maybe the first application is in the transport sector.
Yeah, if I may add, consider that the DME is differently from methanol, is easier to store and also for this can be considered as an intermediate for even gasoline production or e-gasoline production, or it is already a gasoline additive. And finally, in the future, it is possible. It has a relatively high hydrogen storage capacity, so we can store very easily. DME is not toxic, it's liquid, or it's very stable. And but when we need hydrogen, for example, for seasonal storage, we can take out this hydrogen or the methanol back from the DME. So this has several different options for final use.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Then I go back to the other side of the room, and Joachim, please, short question.
Yeah, reflecting on this DME, I think actually there is a quite large interest for DME as a replacement for propane. So I know in Sweden there are many companies asking for renewable DME for that purpose.
Okay, thank you very much. Nadia, thank you very much for your presentation, and I give a hand over to you, Alberto, again for the next speaker.
Okay, so we have another one, last speaker, at least for this extensive presentations. I give the floor to Therese Nylander. For the floor is yours, Therese. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Start by short introducing myself. My name is Therese Nylander, background in mechanical engineering, innovation management, and product development. Here today representing SCA and also Biorefinery Östrand. I am a project manager at SCA, focused towards sustainable fuels, but I do get to dedicate my full time really into a joint venture project called Biorefinery Östrand. So I will tell you a bit about this project today. But before that, I would like us to start by looking at, let's see if this works, EU's energy trilemma. As you all know, for a considerable amount of time now, we have been, there's been a big focus on sustainability. Working towards alongside our climate ambitions to reach targets of carbon neutral, becoming carbon neutral. But what we're seeing lately is that what we're seeing is an increased focus in or towards competitiveness, but also security, really to ensure that Europe stays or remains strong in this ever so changing world that we have around us. All of these three areas, sustainability, competitiveness, and security, are important. And in a way, they're all connected. Coming from forestry company, I'm going to be a little bold and say that biogenic carbon holds the power to really generate value and progress in all three of these areas. Why do I say this? Well, let's start by looking at the competitiveness part of this triangle, and looking at Sweden as an example. Sweden is covered, up to 70% of the country is covered by forests today. 75% of these forests are managed, and 1% is harvested annually. A large portion of Sweden's energy use consists of bioenergy, 1/3. And a significant amount of people are employed through the forest industry, and also a considerable amount of revenue and value is generated through its operations. Looking at sustainability, again, it might be a little bit biased here, coming from a forestry company. I think that photosynthesis is our best carbon capture resource or method. However, it is, if we want to be able to utilize this potential fully, it's important that we set the correct system boundaries in our calculations. For instance, by maintaining active forestry and making sure that we plant new trees after we have harvested our forests, we can restart this carbon capture machinery and make sure that it continues to do good in that perspective. But at the same time, we also get this amazing resource that we can work with to produce bio-based products that can replace alternative fossil alternatives. And for some of these products, that could mean building a new house, meaning we can store carbon in new houses. The effect of substitution is an important part of sustainability, but what worries me is that it is in many conversations, in many settings and policies, often overlooked or forgotten completely. But I will insist on being a positive person till the day I die. This year, a new ISO standard has been established that tries to grasp the full picture, also including the effect of substitution. So I will remain hopeful for a while longer. And in terms of security, everything that we can do with biogenic carbon, but also all of the positive effects that come with increased competitiveness also contribute to continued growth and development within our security corner of this triangle. Now I'm going to use this as a segue to get into the project that I mentioned in the beginning, Biorefinery Östrand, because it is an excellent example of how we can use biogenic carbon. As mentioned in the beginning, it's a joint venture project owned by SCA and ST1, two very different companies working in very different spheres, different strengths, experiences, knowledge. But in this project, we've decided to join forces to fill the gaps, if you will, and to extend the value chain from forest to end customer. Yes, and here we see the triangle keeps popping up in this presentation, these presentations. But the basis of this concept that we have decided to focus on is that we make use of local resources and of local strengths. We focus on integrating smart integration with existing industry and infrastructure. And also we focus on making sure that we produce a product that can actually be used in the existing vehicle fleet that we have today. In terms of technology, just diving not too deep at all, but just showing you what it is we plan to do, is we want to use forestry residues, so sawdust and bark, send it through a gasifier, through a Fischer-Tropsch reactor, and produce sustainable aviation fuel, but also naphtha. But we don't stop there. We also want to boost this process with renewable hydrogen that we produce on site. This way, increasing the carbon to product yield, and thereby also creating a hybrid product, something that is bio-based, but also an RFNBO. In terms of the location, we've chosen Östrand, which is the little red dot that you see on these maps. From a supply perspective, I think, or we believe, that this might be the best location for this type of biorefinery. It is located in the heart of the Swedish forest industry, with closeness to sustainable feedstocks, existing infrastructure that's been around for almost, or I want to say over a century. It's also close to a strong power grid, and in a part of the country where the wind is produced from hydro and wind. Sorry, the electricity is produced from hydro and wind. And also in a part of the country and Europe where the electricity is quite affordable in comparison with other parts of the country in Europe. Though we don't have an investment decision in place yet, we are working in several parallel work streams to make sure that when the day comes, we're ready to go, really. So we received our environmental permit in 2022, and only a couple of months later, we started the work to prepare a site. And it's been an interesting journey since then, building land and now waiting for it to settle. So again, we don't end up having a leaning biorefinery in the future. We want solid ground to work on. Apart from that, of course, we're also working on the technical concept, on the business case, making sure that we have electricity to the site. It is an energy-intensive industry, after all. But in the future, we hope that it will look something like this. In this picture, I'm sure you can see what has been drawn in by us. But in the background, you can see an existing pulp mill. And the idea, of course, is to integrate it with the existing pulp mill that we have there, utilize resources in a smart way, create synergies between these two plants, and create an industrial symbiosis. The product that we aim to produce is also called, or can also be called, FT-SPK. It's a blending, the renewable blending component of SAF. And there is an existing established standard today. So we have something to aim for. We have something to check all of our boxes towards or against when we are ready and producing. Yes, but bouncing back to a security perspective, from our journey, we've learned that this standard of this renewable component also opens up the potential for a fuel that can be used for defense purposes as well. So again, here, biogenic carbon has the possibility and the potential to really generate value, again, in all three parts of this triangle I started with. And that's really what I want to raise in this slide that we have here. Of course, we have several different positives in terms of sustainability. We have a climate benefit. We make sure that we utilize all the resources as efficiently as possible, but we also, by doing what we plan to do, increase competitiveness both of Sweden but also of Europe. We increase our self-sufficiency, and of course, through both of these corners, we also support continued growth and development in security. I'm reaching the end of my presentation. I'm not sure how I'm doing on time. This went really fast. But I want to invite you all to follow our journey. Rome wasn't built in a day, and it's the same with a biorefinery. So feel free to follow our journey. We have a website that we try to keep up to date, where you can also find
You show them your process scheme, Yeah, and you have the electrolyzer, which could provide oxygen for your gasification process. And I saw another air separation unit. So it's, can you explain a little bit on that? Do you need both to reach the oxygen need for your gasifier, or?
No, we don't. However, we want to make sure that we don't just waste the streams that comes out of our process. So that is actually part of the developing the technical scope. Are there streams that we can reroute, that we can recirculate in ways in order to be simply use our resources in a smart way? So no, but we would like to make sure that we use our resources efficiently.
Okay, there is another question. Yes, several questions. Great. Good success. Congratulations. So with first, okay, Hakim.
Okay, I have a quick one. And just out of curiosity, have you ever considered black liquor as a feedstock for the gasification? You probably understand why I asked that question, but
yes, we actually so obviously this project has been going on for a long time, and for a long time we thought of the concept differently, actually using black liquor as a feedstock. However, that was before we thought of using gasifiers as well. So we do see, and then since the technology, the technical concept has developed into what we see today, but we do consider lignin to be a possible scale or an extension, or not a new extension, but a scalability in the future, possible scalability in the future. Let's say that. It is energy rich after all.
Okay, next one is Axel. Oh no, sorry, Martin.
Okay. So thank you for a very inspiring presentation. And I would like to say, first of all, I would really be absolutely amazed if you pull this off, if we see this biorefinery in 5 years from now. I've been in this field almost to the day 25 years, and my promoter, André, also here at the table, wrote a PhD thesis in 1997 when he forecasted, or at least where he hoped to have gigawatt scale electrolyzers, gasifiers by 2020. Unfortunately, we did not make that wish, this dream of large-scale gasification for a variety of reasons. I think the concept that you showed is in that sense new, because electrolytic hydrogen and using oxygen, of course, these have been emerging now, so we see new approaches. But ultimately, we have to face the situation that for the last 25 years, we've probably seen more than 100 gasification projects on this scale fail. So my question would be, what is so far the largest scale that you actually were able to do this gasification process, and why will you succeed?
Honestly, I don't think I have the answer to your first question in terms of scale. We do see that the first half of the process, the biomass treatment and the gasification, is obviously the area where we're putting a lot of efforts in to make sure that this is developed well. That's where the most insecurities lie. But I'm not sure. I don't dare say how big a scale. We use various labs all around Europe. So we ship our biomass. Our biomass gets to see a lot of Europe for pretreatment, and also to really make sure that first of all that we can send in the biomass in a good way into the gasifier without causing having problems, but also that we run the gasifier in the best way possible to make sure that we generate a high value or high yield. So I'm going to leave it at that with the first question. And why will we succeed with this? I don't know. We're optimists, perhaps. No, but we strongly believe that we have the capabilities and the drive to see it through. Perhaps that is idiocy, but we truly believe that this is a good concept. It has the perfect location. We have the strengths in-house, and what we don't have in-house, it is available in other parts of the world. So, yeah.
Okay, I think there are just two last questions. Matti, okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Therese. Really nice presentation. I think that I missed in the beginning the amount of hydrogen that you need. So what kind of hydrogen capacity you will have there?
So obviously technical concept still being developed, changes still, but and I believe what I had in the slide was 187 tons per day, 1,000 tons per day, tons per day. Let me double check it, but yeah. But essentially it's 3 terawatt hours of energy going into electricity that goes into the electrolyzer, and the electrolyzer size that we're seeing at the moment is around 400 megawatts. No worries.
It's 300, you say 300 megawatt?
400.
400 megawatt, okay. Okay. And the last question, please.
Thank you. So thank you very much for this interesting presentation. As a Roman, I agree that Rome was not built in one day. So my question to you is, how many days or how many years would you need to bring this at the European scale? Because you mentioned one reality, which is Sweden, part of Sweden, but then you mentioned about the values for the whole Europe. And the second question, could you elaborate a bit about costs? And not the cost now or the first of its kind, but let's say target cost in a reasonable time frame for an end of this kind project, because this would be crucially important for any policymakers to make any incentives or support if this is needed. If you could elaborate on that part, I would appreciate.
Difficult questions. So in terms of reaching European scale, I believe when we actually worked on what is actually possible in Europe, where could this possibly be built, we came to a number of amount of plants of the same size that could potentially be built. However, again, don't want to promise anything, but what makes the location here so good is that everything is in one place. We do have a lot of the biomass. We have the electricity. What makes it difficult in terms of European scale is that you may not always have the exact same amount of biomass or the same accessibility to electricity. So in terms of time to reach this scale of Europe, I would say, first of all, you need someone to show the way. So once that is done, it's a matter of putting the pieces together. And today, all of the pieces are commercial. They may not be used in the same way that we intend to. But I'm trying to be a little vague here because I don't want to promise anything. But in our case, it's not going to happen before 2030. And so far, I haven't seen similar projects that are working with this. So it'll be some time until we see it European scale on this specific concept. And in terms of cost, also that's an area where obviously there's a lot of risk involved in this project. Every investor wants to make sure that your project is bankable and make sure that you get your return on your investment. And with what we're seeing on the market today, it's not there yet. There's a lot of insecurities, and there's a lot of external effects that can stir the pot. So what we are looking at is really to find, or to we are trying to get policymakers to realize that we need compensation. There needs to be some sort of security of revenue, because otherwise there's no way we could possibly compete with the fossil alternatives. It's always going to be cheaper to produce the fossil alternatives. So a system for that is required, and where that lands us in terms of costs, we'll simply have to see. I don't dare to speculate.
Just continue.
Okay, so thank you very much, Teresa. And I think now we can go to a broader discussion with other panelists. And Eric, would you like to introduce the next one?
Thank you. Yeah, so thank you, speakers, so far for your presentations. We have three panelists today, and Teresa is also one of them, but she already had her presentation. So we would like to start asking the two other panelists, so Franziska Müller-Langer and André Fay, to comment. And I would like to start with Franziska, because you have still slides, and then we have done with that. Could you please introduce yourself briefly, and then also in a couple of minutes give a reflection of, well, your understanding of the market needs and the developments to what you have heard in these 5 presentations. So first Franziska, then I hand over to André.
Yes, thanks a lot, Eric, for introducing me. So in the interest of time, let's skip this presentation. It can be shared afterwards. The meaning in there is mainly a short introduction of how we can combine hydrogen and bioenergy, which is a topic of my work. So I'm in the normal life, I'm head of department biorefineries at the German Biomass Research Center. Today I'm here in the position also of the IEA Bioenergy Task 39 Biofuels, where I'm the national team leader for Germany, and also been involved in this ITP Synergies project. In addition, I have the honor to support some IEA advanced motor fuel projects on SAF, but also on e-fuels. And I also have the honor to be part of different European associations, more research-based, and also including with industry on bioenergy and biorefineries. And the same is also valid for Germany, where I'm also active in standardization and norms, which is an important thing when we talk about products out of multi-product refineries. DBFZ, we are also working in improving technologies that we know for the moment. So we have one huge project led in my department, which is on starting with the biogas plant and upgrading it to a biorefinery. And in there, we are dealing with different resources that are, for the European ones, Annex 9A for the Renewable Energy Directive, relevant for advanced biofuels. And we combine the biogas with the CO2 in there with the catalytic methanation, where we used electrolytical hydrogen to come by the end, increase the methane yield, but also come to net zero, and therefore also improve to use the biomass potential. So the idea is to at least use unused biomass potentials to come up to biomethane, which in our case, story behind is bio-LNG for transport. But of course, you can use biomethane as a multi-product, multi-function product for many different applications. And at the same time, we are dealing with a digestate, for instance, but also with pre-treatment and after treatment with hydrothermal processing. This is just an insight. What we have learned from today, at least the last one, is really a nice example how we could combine and therefore also improve the use of biomass as that renewable carbon source. So we should be aware of that. We are most often talking about the bioenergy, which is in petajoule or in million tons oil equivalent, which is relevant at least for the transport sector, but for the others as well. But let's go ahead from this, telling the story new, also from biomass. And this is one example, to my understanding, and also the other was presented, to use biomass as a carbon source to end up with a lot of products. And most of them, what we discussed today, are related to syngases, to synthetic products, to alcohols. All of them are multifunctional products, which might be relevant first in the transport sector, but also are important intermediates for the chemistry to different applications and the petrochemistry. So let's open up our mind to not just see the transport or the energy sector, but also the other ones. And yeah, it might be interesting to see whether this might be one of the bigger gasification-based projects that not just show technical success, but also show economic success, because it's still, despite we are developing and GHG mitigation costs should be the driver for technical applications, it's still just all about the economics. And this is what something that we need to overcome if we will see much more of such projects also be realized in the future as well. So just as a short.
Thank you for your first insights, Francisca. André, for those that don't know you yet, could you give your background and also reflect on the presentations that we have seen in this second session?
Thank you. Yeah, if people know you or don't know you, that can be good or bad news, right? But okay, now André Fey, I'm from TNO in the Netherlands, the national laboratory of the country, as I always like to say. Part-time professor energy system analysis in Utrecht University, a little bit in the University of Groningen. I like all the topics discussed today. So in terms of professional interest, this is a great day. And in terms of the thematics of the workshop and this afternoon, I think it's great to see whether it's in the laboratory or on paper or in reality. So finally also real projects. It's very good to see that we're looking more and more at the synergies between the different routes. I think especially in the popular policy discussions, we see often biofuels versus really sustainable alternatives. That's then the framing very often, which is of course bizarre, because we need all options to solve the total challenge that we're looking at. And in all these technical possibilities, which is where the real innovation is, there's a lot of efficiency gains. I think that's becoming very obvious. And I think that can go a lot further, looking at biorefining, what can be done with advanced catalysis, also with new reactor concepts that start to mix CO2 chemistry with electrochemistry, with bio-based conversion, and a topic that has not been discussed so much today. On top of these synergies with having electrolyzers in the middle of these industrial complexes, of having biogenic CO2 as a feedstock, is also the possibilities to create flexibility. And that's very important, because we all know the future is not certain. So we have still ranges in terms of how much sustainable biomass will there be, how much green hydrogen, at what cost, and when, electricity prices and availability. And at the moment, these future industrial platforms, whether they're greenfield or brownfield, doesn't matter, have possibilities to vary to some extent the shares of all these inputs. That is also about the carbon sources that can partly be circular. You create a major asset for future industry, because then you can start to play with these uncertainties, optimize operations, and partly also become a balancing factor in that energy transition. That's definitely a hot topic in the TNO work in terms of our process development. Can we deliver on top of the new conversion also flexibility for future users? If you look at those combinations and the prospects, I'm not so pessimistic about the economics at all. So we see the learning curves of green electricity proceeding. The learning curve of bio-based options is very much there. Martin very much pointed to the frustrations we all have on stagnating progress in the bio-based conversion field, but let's not forget that it is at large not so much a matter of technical incapability. We had a lot of instability in the whole political climate, the societal debate, the food versus fuel discussion, kind of, okay, shall we proceed with our investments if it's not certain that our fuel is considered sustainable? This costed us maybe 1.5 decades. That was a very expensive discussion. I think also the key priorities that are now interlinked on the security, strategic autonomy. It's also about circularity and competitiveness. Now, make it very, very clear, we need that bio-based option. And the key is that we do those innovation pathways from the lab to the market consistently. And that is, I think that's the key factor to make the progress. On top of the importance of these elegant combinations, the flexibility and negative emissions, let's not forget about that. The biomass with the CCS, CCUS offers major possibilities for negative emissions, and we need them to avoid the worst of climate change. There's one final statement, and there was one reference already to Roman history a little bit, but it's always nice to quote Cato the Elder. You may know that old senator that always closed any discussion with, moreover, I would consider, and then he says, to destroy Carthago, but I would like to say, let's not forget about increasing the sustainable biomass supply basis, because there's a lot to gain there in terms of more sustainable land use, revitalizing marginal degraded lands, better agriculture, and that has a lot of synergy with other key sustainable development goals. We can do the 200 exajoule plus figure. It's highly recommended also by the IPCC analysis. When we do that on a global scale and Europe can take its share, it makes that whole energy transition and sustainable industry a lot easier. I want to close with that.
Well, thank you for your optimistic and positive notes to it, but also there's a kind of a quest for effort in it. So we're not done there. So we can only do it if we start doing it. So I think that is an important one, and I think that might also be, let's say, another perhaps a reflection on what Martin said. The last 25 years we have not seen much progress in new technologies, but that the fact, I mean, the sustainable energy system is still, let's say, that 8-year-old as Zlatan Ibrahimovic in a world that it has to compete with, let's say, these champion league teams of professionals that are adult, where you try to find your way and still win that game in that respect. And failure is one way of actually finding a way to improve that. And then the question, of course, is, and I would like to hand over to Alberto again, what kind of, let's say, new questions would we have to ask ourselves to make that happen? So I'll hand over. And that's the questions we bring to you as a panel.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Eric. Yeah, indeed. Thank you also, Andre, for the positiveness in this talk. And yeah, the big question, in my opinion, is now, what do we need? What in terms of research, what are the barriers, the technical barriers that we should cover with, where do we have to put money on research? We had also this question in a previous session, where do we think will be the research and development priorities? And second, what would we need now today to put on the ground this kind of projects? We have seen a very emblematic example on how the synergy between the biomass and the hydrogen systems can be implemented in a real project like the one presented by Teresa. So now I would like to ask you, what do you think will be the needs in terms of, let's say, long-term or medium-term research and development activities to promote and to make these technologies more competitive, more reliable? And second, what do you think are the main barriers? Okay, we understand that the cost, of course, cost is a barrier, but which cost item, which is the cost factor that we think we should work on mostly? So I ask to Therese first, and then we go ahead with the Francisca and Andre. Thank you.
So what areas do we need to focus on? Let's start there. Coming from our project, and I think it's been raised a few times today that we're not fully commercialized in terms of using, for instance, forestry biomass in a gasifier today. So I would say for our project, coming from that perspective, that is an area that short term could definitely help these types of projects. We know how gasifiers work with feedstocks that we've used before, but we need to really help that step over to using other types of biomass into this gasifier. So that is one area short term. And in terms of what is needed, what area can be supported or needs efforts more cost related. I mean, looking at the costs for our project, I think that the biggest ticket item there is the electrolyzer. So any way that could be somehow, I don't know, supported or made more, I don't know, help the projects really to have that would be very, very useful in order to make sure that these projects are bankable. I mean, with an increased capex, that also raises the stakes, or what is required in terms of the profit that you can get from your product. So yeah, to be very, very precise and short in my answer. Gasify is short term, and smaller ticket price on the electrolyzer.
Okay, thanks, Franziska.
Yeah, to continue, it has been mentioned today already. So first of all, we need to come back to a fair play for all the renewable options, right? So fair play also for biomass-based and electricity-based options, because there are a lot of technology synergies, at least when we go for our goals or for synthesis-based products. Also for further development, and then of course R&D need to be realistic or include the TRL. So we have both. Yeah, we have to, with regard to the demand that we have, at least in the transport sector, but also in the other sectors. So we haven't talked about today about chemistry, petrochemistry for all the other products that we need in our daily life, and we cannot, reduce them that much. That we have the more development and demonstration related funding to realize projects, to scale up them, to integrate them, maybe also to accept that renewables may not follow the economy of scale that we have seen for the fossil ones that I can supply via pipeline when I talk about oils and gases, for instance. And then, of course, have on the early TRL stages be open and also continuing to support R&D for innovative technologies, because all the low-hanging fruits, we already try to use them, right? So at least when we go to biodiesel, biogas, and all that stuff. That what we need now are the more complicated one that, of course, are more costly. The GHG positive impact is not that much higher compared to the other one. So we have higher GHG mitigation costs, and of course this also needs much more R&D funding to show progress also in that regard. So maybe just as part of it.
Yeah, just to strengthen that, I think that's very true. I think the key thing basically we need for everything is stability. And I think on 2 points. One is we should stop the discussion on the policy level on shall we do a little bit more with nuclear or a little bit more with solar or whatever. The insights are very, very consistent, whether they come from IEA or IPCC or any good analysis. We need all options combined, and the more we have in the race, the easier and the cheaper the job becomes. Here in IEA headquarters, there was very good work done on how many technologies we still need to commercialize in the coming 1-2 decades to make the job complete. So we know very, very well where the innovation efforts should be targeted. And I agree very much with your wording. You need parties to show the way, to lead the way. So the industries that can do it, maybe the regions that can do it, that have the right conditions. I think this should be at the heart of that for the short term, with agreement on we need that. There's not going to be a discussion anymore. It's going to be done. And then the innovation process, which goes from TRL 1 to TRL 9, and everything you need around it, you need to organize in one pathway. I think one of the things we do in a terrible way in Europe is to split everything in different programs, instruments, talk for 2 years about the new program and the priorities, open competition, move the efforts to another party, let's rediscuss the policy instruments, and off you go. You've lost another decade. Well, if we take that process to the core and see what is needed to test the technologies, get the uncertainties out of it, what do you need to prepare to make the investment, to have the location and the license and then the upscaling, we know very, very well. And from that understanding, you need to go back to the policy organization, even the legal people. It is you that also need to adapt to the speed. On the technology and research side, we can do a lot because we're getting ever more efficient. Digital twinning, AI, faster steps in the laboratory. So there is a lot of innovation on that. The real delays are in these governance systems, what we have to work on, the instability in that. And I think also as I think to a large extent, natural science engineering community, I know there's many interdisciplinary people here, but a lot of the energy people come from the technical side. We have to pull in that governance, policy and legal side because that's a big part of the problem. So if you want the results, we can, I think, boldly say we can do that. And if we do it fast, it will be cheaper and it will compete faster on the market. So that's good. But the way we organize it, that is where the key bottlenecks are. So that is my addition to that.
Oh, thank you, André. Very interesting. I see there is a question from Paulo.
Yes, because André, I hear you carefully, and just to respond now with the hat of the Secretariat, I think on the fact that we need everything, we agree, and I think that the IEA is pretty vocal, and even beyond the net zero scenario. We are really saying that this is necessary, and we're working in support with the COP30 presidency to see whether there is an interest to have a target for sustainable fuels, which is needed anyway, because the progress is too slow on whatever is not power, let's say. I think that's fine. But I come back to my question of cost, of which was not answered before. And this is a huge difference between the story of solar and wind, because in solar and wind, many years ago, learning curves were available and industry committed to some targets that we were actually overpassed. So the next effort level, which we ask to the expert, is to have to be more vocal on possible cost targets at a certain relevant scale, not in 2050, but in 2030 and 2035, let's say within the next decade. Not saying that this is promised and it's for sure. There are 1,000 reasons why this could not happen, but the order of magnitude needs to be there in order to convince the policymakers. The policymakers will never write a white check. They are, yes, driven by the drivers that you have mentioned, but they are also obsessed, correctly so, by affordability, by the fact that energy prices are horribly high. So what I insist on cost. Please, TCPs, experts, help the Secretariat to deliver reasonable roadmaps on cost prospects, which have, of course, uncertainty, but which are absolutely necessary for us to bring this to policymakers.
Yeah. Can I respond to that? Paolo, I very much agree, and that is also a call on the research community to exactly deliver that. Very high quality underpinnings of how these cost developments could be realized. And I think in the past, also if you look at how research innovation and also investment support has been supported, it was often on very, very thin ice. So I'm a proponent of green hydrogen, but I think that the third green hydrogen cycle hype has just been behind us because there has been way too much optimism on that. And I think the realistic cost calculations came too late. Also the merit order in the transition, and that's something we should not repeat again. So with solid scientific engineering knowledge, industrial knowledge also, I think these underpinnings you ask for should be on the table for all these technologies that IEA has listed, and that can be done. And when you do that, you get a very clear agenda and a very clear timeline on how to come to that best result over time. And that is often lacking in the way we prioritize things and also how we fund things. And if we do it right, we can save a lot of money.
Franziska, yeah.
May I add, when we're talking about costs, then we also need to talk about prices on the market. So because these are two different things, right? And following what Andre says, then we need to have a stable conditions and create market conditions that allow to also see price developments that allow these developments. And of course, a company which invests in R&D and D in a very early stage to a certain time will come and re-income. Yeah. So, and this is when we're talking about learning curves. I'm not sure about whether we can discuss or transfer experiences that we made in the wind and PV sector, for instance, directly to biorefineries, where we will have most dedicated plants related to the certain area that we have, to the regional conditions. So we do not see the multiplications that we would like to have to see these cost reduction effects. And so it's about prices. All of you are aware of these H2 global mechanism and discussions, or these models behind, which also have a lot of benefits on the one hand side, but also drawbacks that need to be discussed carefully. In that regard, also research can help to support what could be the role of decision makers and policy makers to create the right market frame for interesting prices to go forward.
Thanks. Do we have more comments or questions? Yeah, Alberto.
It's about the cost. In fact, is one of the subjects of the KPI definition that we are working for technology briefs and so on. I personally participate in the definition as well of the KPIs from Hydrogen Europe Research for some technologies, in particular the one who we are experts. I mean, this is because, of course, there is other ones I have nothing to say. And there is certain conditions that has to be applied in the definition of the KPI to define what is going to be to happen in the long term, excluding the market questions, like, for instance, the cost of electricity. For instance, electrolyzers, they for hydrogen, I'm talking about hydrogen. For electrolyzers, the KPIs, they are defined excluding some OPEX, some operational costs, like the cost of the electricity. That in this case, we are also working at this from my technology briefs. We are working also on the definition of those KPIs in the same basics. And that means, for instance, eliminating or excluding the cost of, for instance, biomethane, if the biomethane is the raw material that is used for the process. So this is something that could be answered, but of course we have to work on the definition of a common KPIs and do it well to really provide the figures. So that's what my comment, what I can say about this.
Thank you. Given that I'm a moderator, I would still like to add a comment as well to the discussion, if that is okay with you. Because what I do here is indeed that I think I've heard the message from Paulo quite clearly, that help us with this, let's say, roadmap, or actually build an what you could say a kind of an innovation and investment agenda to understand how to reach to these 250 to 350 plants at scale integrated with hydrogen, because also in the hydrogen buildup we have to build. So how can we build that? And I think it's a question that we as TCPs should take up in our next meeting. Well, what kind of next steps can we do to make that happen? And I think it's very good to explore that synergy. And at the same time, I think what Francesca said, it's not. Sometimes I believe that we are trying to make this case work in the context of our fossil fuel system, and that makes it difficult to actually understand that, let's say, this renewable system might work differently, and we have not explored that context. I try to give an example of it's a metaphor, but it is real. In the time of the Industrial Revolution, when it really started to build up in England, suddenly, let's say, there was not sufficient wood to build bridges. And of course, they had, let's say, the steam engines, and they had trains running. So they had to build infrastructure. And they could no longer build the wooden bridges anymore. So they used the product from that industrial revolution, which was cast iron, to build bridges. The point was they could only build these bridges on the way they were used to build bridges, which were wooden bridges. So they constructed them using cast iron, very massive iron, to build them. They had to build much heavier foundations to carry that iron components. And to give trust to society, they actually, let's say, carved the wooden structures in the cast iron components to give the idea, well, listen, this is a wooden bridge, you can trust it, it's new. So, and of course, this bridge was far more expensive than the original wooden bridges they were used to build. But if you don't build that cast iron bridge, you will never ever, and it takes time, from 8 years, Zlatan, to an old one, to get to the Calatrava bridges, where you explore the specific characteristics of the new material. And I think what we are doing here is trying to figure out what are the new specific characteristics of our renewable energy system, or renewable carbon system, or whatever. And we have to accept that it will be expensive for a certain point of time. And we have to also tell that story to the policymakers to make that happen. So, and then we have to say to them, and this was a long introduction to my next question to the panelists. Well, what do we think, can we tell the policymakers that the regulations they have in place do not help reach this? And how should they then bend their regulations or design their regulations to make this happen, to actually complete this transition, understanding that we have to find these new characteristics? That's a question to the panelists.
Just more speaking from, of course, the European and the German perspective, yeah, where we have quite nice regulations in there that should support to increase the share of renewables, at least in transport and other sectors as well. And we see all the challenges that we have quite sophisticated regulations that are much more detailed to consider all the possible and impossible things that could happen, that we will have the most sustainable, best options on the market. But you nicely described your example with the bridges, right? So this not allow technologies, and we see this in the past from technology development to start on a certain point, which is not the best case that we may saw on the white paper and in our optimization models, and provide enough room for technologies that they can be increasingly efficient. This is what the plant operator do in any case. So to give enough room for development or further development for technologies on the one hand side, and on the other hand side, we should come back to have a fair level playing field, at least for the biomass, speaking also from the European and German view, independent whether biomass is used for energetic applications or material applications, at least when we go for multi-product plants. So we have quite strange discussions in Germany with that. For instance, discussing about what will be about the renewable energy directive with their restrictions on the feedstock that we see, that of course they have a story behind, this is right, but biomethane, methanol, synthesis products, when we talking about this in an energetic context, these are worse feedstocks. When we are talking about the same feedstock for another application, these are nice feedstocks. And yeah, this is the same technology. So what we are doing here, will we have another renewable product directive with other constraints? So it's independent for people that will develop a technology, even for that pathways that we are considering and discussing today as well. What is the final market for my product? I'm just a producer with all these challenges to be faced to receive enough electricity, enough biomass in that case, enough CO2. So we highlighted at the beginning the much more important role where all the renewable CO2 will or should come from. So there are also quite nice aspects that one can consider to combine this with biomass-based applications. So make it easy.
Sorry, before we go to Andre, is your question? Can we go now and then your comment come later? Okay, thank you. Then I'll continue to Andre.
All right, I really like the make it easy thing. And Erik, also to refer to your metaphor, I think keeping very, very clear also in the public debate and the policy debate that we have to go through phases to get that final result. It's one thing that can be done better, but also what we can do better is to pull the policymakers into that debate. I think a lot of research already provides excellent insights and analysis on how does this future system look like, what do we need to have in combination to make it work and make it affordable. But we often the scientific community is very poor in communicating that clearly and also concise and with consensus to the policy arena. That is, I think that's one part that the research community can improve on. With these kind of blueprints within ranges, and you can take IEA scenarios, you can take excellent national analysis. It's pretty clear kind of what the main components of this future energy system is, and you can keep it a little bit flexible. And from that also follows what phases you need to go through, including maybe expensive bridges, to use your metaphor, that needs to be clear. But we can also be very clear about the end game of that. Just this morning, I was reading a new paper, not published yet, of one of my PhD researchers in the team, running a very detailed macroeconomic model on what happens if the economic structure changes and all that. And we have all these investments and all that needed. End result, Dutch case, the GDP of the country will be higher in the green future than sticking to fossil fuels. And it's so obvious, like Europe imports over 90% of its gas and oil today at record prices sometimes. You know, LNG is just incredibly expensive. With the renewables and the efficiency, we have the possibility to go below these levels if we do things well. That is for the trade balance of the continent, absolutely superior. A lot more economic activity will stay in the country. It will bring more security, which is another economic benefit to count in. So that end game of where you can end up if you go to the phase as well can also be very, very clearly sketched. What needs to be realized is we should not leave this to the game we have around the fossil system, which is open market, open competition. And if you have brownfield installations, they're for free, so you're forever competitive and will burn coal forever. That doesn't work. So at the moment you want to go over that, you have to talk about these bridges that you talk about, and the final result, I think, can also be sketched very, very clearly.
Thank you. Teresa.
Thank you. I think I will be the third echo saying make it easier. Simply I touched on it in my presentation. The projects take a long time. They're big. They're complex. They require a lot of efforts, money. I mean, majority of these types of projects, they fail simply because they are too big and complex. So any way policymakers can help out in that sense. Right now, I know the discussion is a lot on how can we share risk better. Industry is placed a lot of the risk is placed on industry having to really handle it all, and it is essentially a transition of our entire society. So measures that can help share the risk, but also I think also, as touching on what you just said, pull the policymakers into the debate, help them realize that these are the areas that clearly is a struggle and clearly should be tackled by more parts of society. I could probably also mention make sure that we have biomass to use as well in the future. I said it also in the presentation that it is very worrisome that they're suggesting right now that we reduce our forestry just because we're only supposed to be a coal sink. So that is a very, very definite, I think, for all of the projects and research R&D areas that we are looking into for everyone in this room.
think that's a strong statement indeed to see that we tell that narrative about the biomass sink and source. Before I go to you, Francisca, Ilka, you had a comment. Then I'll come back to you.
Yeah, I mean, few things comes to my mind listening to this discussion. I started my own presentation in the morning by making the case that we often need to say to kind of people that we also need molecules in addition of electrons, and I still think this is part of the factor that policymakers need to kind of be convinced on the need for having quite a lot of sustainable fuels down the line, and then saying that we need a kind of wide range of feedstocks and technologies that then supply it to motivate them on this topic. And then there needs to be some view that although it will be expensive in the beginning, they will come to a reasonable cost level over time and actually fairly soon. I haven't seen anyone mention here yet, but Repsol actually has made very recently an 800 million FID for a gasification to methanol plant with hydrogen addition included in this plant. So it's a very important, in my view, project on the European side to follow, and also in terms of regulation. I also mentioned in the beginning that we're talking about very complex issues here that also come with regulational problems. I understand, for instance, again, an example from the EU that for a biomass plant, you cannot have a power PPA, but for an electrolyzer, you need to have. What happens in this kind of biorefinery that has a hydrogen addition? Nobody knows how the regulation should be interpreted in this type of situation. So there's a lot of we can do on that side as well. Many people have mentioned that there are gasification works, but for someone having firsthand being part of trying to commercialize some of these, I still think that some technical challenges exist, and we should recognize also this part. So I don't think that we can only rely on, some cost support. We need some. I think, in my view, we need a demonstration program that takes seriously these technologies and tries to fund 10 flagship projects on this technology, and hopefully a few of them will succeed, and then we double down on those. So there needs to be this kind of a de-risking for the technologies component as well. I mean, these technologies have bad reputation for failing, but I think the failing is not only for technological reasons, but most of the money has always gone on the R&D side, but very little money has really been put on trying to commercialize them in large scale. I don't think we have really put a lot of effort in that yet, and I think that's kind of the missing piece that has been there for 2 decades. Thank you.
Just a final comment as we see it these days, which seems to be that we are increasingly discussing about the competitiveness of renewables against the fossils. Yeah, and the fossil industry is, to my opinion, getting again quite strong in storytelling that they could not make it. They would like, but they could not make it. And what we also see on the European level, that okay, then we shift targets behind, or we stepped out of quota decisions that we already had. So in that regard, at least decision makers and policy makers should much more rely on the recommendations and on the results that come from independent research and academic institutions in the time that we have so much flooding information with quite different results, interested, related. So this is important also to have in mind, quality or data quality and storytelling behind. And last but not least, we are often discussing about what could be a pull and push market for renewables. We often discuss this, why we haven't started again to phase out of fossils, pushing effort on phase out of fossils. When we go there for much more issues there, renewables will increase anyway.
Okay, thank you. I think we are very close to the end of our workshop, and I don't know if you have any further comments from me or yeah, and just wanted to thank our speakers, our panelists. I think we got some important messages to take home. And because we had a review of, we have seen several initiatives where hydrogen technologies and biomass conversion technologies can synergically interact to valorize the resources and produce a what we call biofuels. So this is an important message that there are several initiatives in progress, but there are some barriers that we have to overcome. And also we received a very interesting, I think, feedback from the IEA Secretariat, because we need to work to make these things real as soon as possible. And so I give the floor. No? Alberto? Yeah.
Yes, I think I have to do the closure, or not the closure, the wrap up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to the session, to the speakers and panelists. The floor is yours.
Yes, no, now I think it was into the organization. I have to do the wrap up of the session. So I think that one of the important issues is that we have to really understand that this is very, I have to be optimistic, but this is very simple. We have to play with carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. Only 4 pieces, and all of them are around here, CO2, methane, CH, CO, ammonia, if you want to include also nitrogen there. So at the end, we have, as humankind, we have to be wise to really interconnect all this to make the Rubik cube to really find a solution for sustainability, circularity, and so on. And then if we find a solution, everything else will come. Let's say economics. Of course, it will be much better economics than the fossils. Even if fossils now are, let's say, the reference for cost and for many issues, but it will be, economics will come, and the rest. So, but we have to find the right combination of all of this. This includes molecules, include electrolysis with electricity and so on, sector coupling, so on. And for that, we need to talk between us. So I understand, and I think that this type of workshops, we have talked a lot about different issues, but in this workshop, this kind of workshop is really a tool, very important tool, really, to try to break the walls between different sectors. In this case, the hydrogen, bioenergy, but maybe also the solar thermal, different types of sectors that need to be integrated to really to make the Rubik cube, and find a solution. So this is I think one of the things that is important to highlight here, a part of to convert Hibernovich in a green player. It's a question of work. It's a question of work, because they can be defense, they can be whatever. They have changed the attitude, but by work. So this is something that we have to do. So I think that to do a very short wrap up of today, we have had some sessions about hydrogen, more focus on hydrogen, the cost of hydrogen, and so on. So at the end, the competitive, of course, is important, but it's really I'm really optimistic that some figures, for instance, for the €3 per kilogram. So it's fun. I think that it can be done, and it's one of the. But we need to develop the market. We need to develop the circular economy. Even electrolysis is facing something similar with the utilization of the oxygen, because now they are obsessed with the oxygen valorization, because the cost. This is a personal opinion, but the cost is maybe reaching certain limitation, And then, of course, they have to valorize oxygen. In the case we have to valorize carbon, that is part of the business that we have today. And we have discussed this with hydrogen and carbon, then with production of additional products like methanol and other. This was the second part of the session. And just to highlight that I think many discussion has been already set up here during even the second session. After lunch is always better, so we are more relaxed, and there is better discussion. So there was very lot of discussion about the cost. But what we have to understand is that I mean one of the things to obtain from this conference or this workshop is that it's very important to this looks so simple to play with carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and so on. At the end, we have in front of humans that are very complex. So, and we are researchers talking with policymakers. People here are talking about policymakers, about policy, and so on. But we have to find a way to communicate each other to really send the information that they need. We have to talk in the same frequency to really set what they need for the final goal, that is to attain sustainability. And this is also one of the objectives of workshops like this. So I think you will receive slides that has been presented, except for someone that could be confidential. If I don't know if you have something confidential in your slides, please contact with Rocio to change the slides to be sure that there is nothing confidential, and it will share with you. And I think this is all from my side. So I think that Paul or Peter, they have to close. You are the hoster, so it's good for you to close.
Alberto, can I just one comment, because you spoke about researchers and policymakers. Please make use of the IEA Secretariat. We are here precisely to be the trait d'union to the policymakers, but here I'm provocative a bit. You need to convince us first.
Yes.
If I have to respond what I heard today, I'm well disposed, but I'm say 80% convinced, not 100%. You with me? So please make a further effort. I'm totally sure that this is feasible to convince us first, and then you can use the whole power of the IEA to convince the policymakers.
Yes, that is exactly what I mean with to find the same frequency, but not only to you. We have to convince to the rest of the people. Public opinion, for instance, something very important. It's not only for the policymakers; it's also important. Education for the people. So all this should be part of the solution.
10 seconds, sorry. Our executive director spoke the other day, at the European Council, in front of all the energy ministers. He speaks directly with President von der Leyen. We had an energy security summit organized by Prime Minister Starmer. The steps is to first convince me to start at my low level, then I go to my director, then we go to our executive director, and then this goes worldwide. But really, please use us, the Secretariat, to do this job. Please help us.
Okay, finish.
Just a few final words. I wanted to say what you say, sorry. Because I am convinced of this of a scheme to, as a TCP chair, we organize different workshops. And why we organize at the IEA headquarters, inviting you, permanent people, exactly what you said, to convey maybe some information you are not aware on specific topic, like the last one on the sunlight 2 weeks. It's not a very well-known topic. And here it's a joint workshop between two TCP in the frame of the coordination group. Of course, we will continue to organize that, inviting you on, if possible, here, because it's more convenient for you to attend when you are on site. So I am very convinced of that. It's a second workshop, and there will be next step. Tomorrow we will discuss between us maybe about a report, a short report to summarize the recommendation. Maybe with to convey to you some key message. And I think the level of, I saw just one thing, I saw different level this today. There is a level of microeconomic business case. Okay, there is many possibility, but I think you are interested by the global impact. So what is missing maybe is to make the link between all the business case in specific country, but for you, for the net zero scenario, what is exactly the possible impact of combining hydrogen and biomass, for example. It's not done because it's very complicated, in fact. But we are here to try to discuss and to make some solutions for that. And I am very happy with this workshop because I think it was very successful. We try together to make some very clear key point tomorrow maybe or later with Rocio and you. And it's a good example of collaboration. It's not because you ask us to collaborate, we collaborate. No, not only, it's because we think it's very useful, and it's very pleased. I am very pleased to meet my colleagues from OSI over TCP. So I think we will repeat several times. Next will be with greenhouse gas, and I am thinking that from your side you are working with over TCP too. So the idea is to more we will discuss, more we avoid first overlapping, and second we will develop some new synergies or new solution at the system level. So I think it's very important. So thank you very much, and see you for the next step. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Okay. Please continue to collaborate even without us. We are serving people.
Non, mais moi je suis convaincu parce que c'est ce que je dis. C'est ce que je dis. C'est ce que je dis. Vous êtes les maillons de nous. Parce que j'ai encore expliqué à ma collègue, c'était ça.
I will read the report of the mission report of the EEB